All right, we will now call to order the March 24th, 2026 Board of Education special meeting. The Nebraska Open Meetings Act legislates the methods by which public meetings are conducted. Information pertaining to this act is available on the board clerk table. All right, Sheila, can we please get roll call?
Joanne Reed.
Present.
Cindy O'Connor.
Present.
Emily Garrett.
Present.
Angela Lacey.
Present.
Mitch Wagner. Skip Ball.
Present.
Okay. We'll start today with our mission statement. North Platte Public Schools is a destination school district and community that embraces innovative opportunities and distinguished programs to create highly competitive advantages for all students, instilling the canteen spirit in an evolving world. The canteen spirit embodies generosity, selflessness, and unwavering support through service, pride, collaboration, and grit. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the publication of this March 24th, 2026 special meeting of the Board of Education.
I'll make a motion to approve the publication for the March 24th, 2026 special Board of Education meeting. Second.
Roll call, please.
Cindy O'Connor.
Aye.
Emily Garrett.
Aye.
Angela Lacey.
Aye.
Mitch Wagner.
Aye.
Skip Ball.
Aye.
Joanne Reed.
Aye.
Okay. And at this time, I would now entertain a motion to approve the agenda for this March 24th, 2026 special meeting of the Board of Education.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda for the March 24th, 2026 special meeting of the Board of Education. Second.
Roll call, please.
Emily Garrett.
Aye.
Angela Lacey.
Aye.
Mitch Wagner.
Aye.
Skip Ball.
Aye.
Joanne Reed.
Aye.
Cindy O'Connor.
Aye.
Okay. And we do have to have public comment at this meeting since it is a regularly advertised public meeting of the board. So we will now enter into public comment time. Public questions and comments may take place at this time in the agenda. Individuals who want to address the board must complete a guidelines for public comments form with the date, topic addressing, name, address, and the name of any organization you represent, and give it to the board clerk prior to the meeting. Okay. When called upon by the presiding officer, the individual shall proceed to the table and state their name and address. An individual may not exceed 5 minutes, and total time for all individuals who want to speak shall not exceed 30 minutes unless a majority vote of the board approves extending the allocated time. This time for public comment shall not be used to address specific individual student discipline or employee performance issues. Complaint and grievance processes are in place to deal with issues of this nature.
Shreya Agrawal.
Hi, my name is Shreya Agrawal. I live on 380 East Sagebrush Drive. I'm just here to say thank you. Thank you for listening to the last public comments by including the administrators to be a part of this interview process. Angela, thank you for showing the public that you value administrators based on your comment about the salary raises that we talked about last time. There has been a lot of back and forth here about the fact that you can't always respond to public comments in the moment, but by asking the questions that you ask, by getting in dialogue with each other, and by voting the way you do, you are responding to public comments, and we see that and we appreciate it. So thank you for listening to us from the last meeting. I also want to say just good luck today. It's a big day for this district to be interviewing and looking at the next interim superintendent. As of 3 hours ago, it became public that another administrator is leaving this district. So that means you have had 3 top administrators leave within the last 3 months. Both of the curriculum directors won't be here at the start of the next school year. That means this interim superintendent coming in will have a lot of ground to make up to ensure that we are continuing to focus on academic excellence and the well-being and safety of our students. Joanne and Cindy, you both still have 9 months of important votes ahead of you. Today's vote is probably going to be the utmost importance. I hope you both ask good questions and truly focus on appointing the person you think would bring this district together and keep our positive momentum going. And Mitch, I appreciate your willingness to listen. Not everybody gets to be on a board for 3 months and pick the next leader. So I hope you get into good dialogue with your fellow board members today, ask the tough questions, and help shape what the next school year is going to look like for our students. Thank you all for your time and for your preparation today. I wish you all the best.
Thank you. All right, Sherry, if you can hear me, we are ready to start our interviews.
Questions are asked, you sitting
Okay.
there if you want them, and you're welcome to shake hands or your started.
All right. So we'll do the handshake. How about that?
Nice to meet you, Cindy. I'm Angela.
Mitch, sorry, Skip.
Skip, all right. And of course, so I have a nice view of your names here. All right. I'll probably let you read the questions, otherwise I have to put my readers on.
That is just fine. We've agreed that we'll take turns reading the questions to you.
Okay.
And you won't have to do anything there with your microphone. Everything's already on and ready for you. So we just want to start off today, Dr. Moon, with having you tell us a little bit about yourself.
You shouldn't give me an opportunity to talk because then I'll talk a long time. So, but probably most important for you to know is my background as a worker. I did grow up in Holdridge, Nebraska. My first school was at Axtell, which is near Holdridge. And went to the University of Nebraska-Lincoln and got my degree. And for the next few years I taught, had 2 children. My closest teaching to North Platte was Maywood. So we lived in McCook. My ex-husband was a farm manager at the time. And so we were transferred to Garden City, Kansas. And in Garden City, Kansas, I sort of grew up professionally. I was a library media specialist and then an assistant principal and an assistant superintendent in Garden City. We were there 16 years. From there, I went to Papillion La Vista as an assistant sup for HR, and then Ralston Public Schools as the superintendent. I did that for 11 years, and then I retired. And I thought I was done with schools. I was going to do in real estate, and we have rental properties. And so that was going to be what it was. But I had the opportunity and got asked to interview for the interim superintendent in Broken Bow, which was not on my radar at all. And I did say no a couple of times, but I ended up doing the interim at Broken Bow, and it was a wonderful experience. And from there, I've just been sort of a serial interim superintendent. I can't keep a job for anything. So I did Broken Bow. I did that for 2 years. And then straight from Broken Bow to Omaha Public. So 900 students, 50,000 students. The jobs are different. The role is the same. That's kind of the peacemaker. Let's get us through this really tough time as the board struggles between the leadership here and there. But it's very different because at Broken Bow, you're very involved. In Omaha Public, you're very outward facing, a lot of community, a lot more to the community than internally, because you have people that do all the important jobs in the district. After that, I was the interim superintendent at Kearney as they built the brand new high school. It was up out of the ground when I got there, and we moved kids in when I left. So that was good. Then I did Auburn and Centennial, which is near York in Utica. And then now I'm at Southern, which is Wymore, Blue Springs. It's a very small school south of Beatrice. Each one so much fun, so good to get to know the community, the people, the teachers, the board. They've all been so interesting, and I've learned something at every single one that I wish I'd have had when I was the actual superintendent in Ralston. So great, all great communities.
Thank you for sharing. We appreciate that.
What strengths will you bring to our school district and to this position?
Well, I think I'm a good listener, and my strength on my Gallup poll is strategic. So I like to look at how operations function and then try to put in place those steps that to make something actually happen. The most frustrating thing in any organization, but education in particular, is we talk about it a lot, but sometimes we don't see it actually turn into an action step or into results as we go forward. So I'm a good listener. I'm probably a peacemaker. Um, I'm not afraid of conflict, and if we have to manage through that. And I think probably one of my strengths is experience, because I've seen lots and lots of districts do great things for kids. And we all learn from that experience.
You mentioned one of your strengths was strategic. Just curious, did you look at our strategic plan? Do you
I
have-
did look at it a little bit. And I think that the next part of that is bringing it to life, to be sure that we're doing those strategic steps and checking frequently to see that are actually happening. And I think in a strategic plan, the biggest thing that we have, there's two kinds. There's the ones that work, and then there's the ones that we make a really pretty brochure. You hang it on the walls everywhere, and it's used to be a nice notebook. Now it's all online. And then 5 years later, you go, oh, I wonder if we got any of that stuff done. And sometimes we have, and sometimes we haven't, because the best thing, at the minimum, a strategic plan helps you to set priorities to go forward and at least set you in the right direction. The part that makes it really good is if every year, every month, every whatever it is that the reporting is, that we see, did we do it and did it work? And did it take us closer to where we wanted to go with those goals? If we didn't, then we need to be willing to say, you know what? That strategy wasn't as strong as we thought it was, or there were some barriers to that particular strategy. So maybe we need to take a different approach to improve achievement, or to balance our budget, or to update our facilities, whatever those strategic components are. So that I suppose my strategic nature is, what do we have to do to get from here to there? And do it and check it frequently to see if we're actually moving in that direction, and if people are actually doing what it says on the chart.
It's my turn.
Okay.
I'll try to speak louder this time, maybe use the microphone. How would you collaboratively work with the board to facilitate productive discussion on issues?
Well, it's my understanding that you meet as a committee of the whole. So I think one of the things there is to be sure that those meetings are organized strategically, so that we can have the conversations, and so that the board has the information that you need to make those decisions, or to take that to make that dialogue productive. And that takes some work ahead of time. I like to work with the board as much as possible face to face. Some board members have more time than others. Some come in and ask more questions. It's really helpful if the questions, if we can get the questions ahead of time, so that we can create whatever documents that you need to find out. But the most important thing that I think the board brings is those questions, and what you're hearing in your community for your constituents. It's to say, what is it on people's minds? What are on your minds? Because in the school business, we get used to answering the same questions the same way all the time. But we don't always see it from every perspective that the people that are talking to you hear and see as they go in and out of buildings, or their kids are involved, or the taxpayers are writing their checks. Every single person brings a unique perspective, and hearing all of those perspectives then helps us to make good decisions. We're not always going to agree. I usually have not had any board ever that agreed on every single thing that we did, but we figured out a way to get enough information to make one good decision, even if the vote split. It doesn't really matter, as long as we can get the job done some way. And that takes a lot of dialogue. It takes a lot of listening. It takes a lot of research. And the more back and forth that can be, the better. The hard part kind of is some board members have more time and to ask questions and to do those sorts of things. If I have more conversation with Skip, for instance, then I need to be able to figure out how that the rest of you can also take part in that conversation and know that that conversation went, that we had it, and that there was views expressed, so that as we get back together in your committee of the whole, or if we have a discussion at a board meeting that, or information that I've created for one board member, that Joanne and Cindy and Emily, you all get that same information. And get that perspective and that feeling. That's the tricky part, but collaboration has to be two-way communication back and forth as much as possible.
Thank you.
What methods of communication will you use to keep the board informed?
Yeah. Yeah, I know you're going to want that Friday memo, and I'm not really very good at that one. You know, if it's, I like face-to-face conversations, because when you do things like that by email or posts on Facebook or those sorts of things, you just don't ever get you don't get the back and forth, the clarification that you need. So I like the conversations at those committee meetings to be open and frank, with as much information as possible. If it's simply a board member asks, what about our test scores? Then we'll put together a report and try to answer all of those questions, send it out to everybody by email. And try to keep them short and sweet with some sort of a summary, so that you don't get 400 pages of stuff that you have to sort through. So, you know, every kind of communication that there is, face-to-face, telephone, email, text. We schedule almost every single thing with the board through text. Everything that you do, though, is discoverable, so you have to be really careful what you put in all that electronic media. But, and then on the district side, Facebook, email, postcards to the public. And, you know, some of our people are not active on electronic media. So we found that we have to sometimes, once in a while, we have to send out something, usually a postcard this big, because like a political campaign, people at least they have to look at it, throw it away. So you get a little bit of information out that way. I don't think you can communicate enough, but the communication needs to be targeted and it needs to be clear and consistent, depending on the audience that's going to be getting that. Just giving people a lot of information isn't enough.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Describe a time when you had to communicate an unpopular decision to staff and stakeholders and what the outcome was.
Oh dear. I suppose there are a lot of those. One of the ones that comes to mind immediately is at Broken Bow, they changed the state aid formula after it was certified. We lost $800,000 out of a $10 million budget, which is significant. And to go to the staff and say, you know, we're going to have to make some changes here. There's going to be no overtime. There's going to probably have to be some reduction in staff based on attrition. You may have to have a little bit bigger class sizes as we go forward. That was a hard one. We did that, you know, first with the board and with the staff internally. And one of the really good things that happened with that one is that staff put themselves to work and said, here's how we can manage through this. We'll figure it out. And they came up with all kinds of creative ways that we could save some money to at least get through that year. The next year it stabilized and we were okay. Another one that was probably a lot bigger, one to communicate, one more recently, we were one of the 3 districts in the state that had been overpaid on our lunch fund. And so we are losing $450,000 worth of state aid, and they're taking back another $450,000 as a prior year correction. So we have $1 million switch in our budget in Southern. We started with the board. I made actually phone calls to each one to say, it's going to hit the press. Us and Grand Island and OPS are the 3 districts that got hit with this. So I called each of the board members, talked through that. Before that, sent out something to the staff, and then something on Facebook that explained what that was. That was also accompanied by a 23% increase in valuation. And over the course of the next 12 months, we will lose all of our equalization aid. So the taxpayers in Southern they're gonna take a hit. There's no getting around it. And probably the other one is we had I was at Auburn when there was the big flood on the Missouri River. After the state aid was certified, the state decided to abate the taxes on all the agricultural land that was affected by the flood, which was about a $500,000 reduction in the actual income that we were receiving, even though we couldn't tax anymore because that was all set already. And we had to do some remarkable, heroic things to get through that year as well financially. But as long as the staff and the community and the parents know that we're up against that sort of thing, then when we had to, mow the lawns less often and maybe cut the pair of hours a little bit and try not to use subs quite as much to get through those things, we managed to get through it. Wasn't that it wasn't painful, but everybody was kind of on board because we knew we were all in the same boat. Those examples, did I answer your question?
Hi,
Hi.
how do you hold building administrators accountable to establish goals, report progress, and ultimately meet goals?
Well, I think you do it one-on-one. We all had all of the traditional regular principals meetings and those sorts of things, but I like to have at least, I like it weekly, but at least monthly, a one-on-one with the principal to talk about where are you with your goals? What are your hopes and dreams for the building? What are your test scores? How are we making that better? How do we need to communicate with your parents? And principals usually give me a heads up ahead of time if they've got something going on in their building that they really need help with. I think support for building principals is really, really important. And to understand that every building is different. The dynamics in every building are different, and the staff in every building is different. So how they meet those goals, it can't be universal because everything's in a different place. And actually, principals have different strengths that they can. All strengths help, but some of them work better in certain circumstances than others, and they need support. It's a hard, lonely job to be a principal. So I think but you have to hold them accountable. One of the things that those monthly meetings have, those one-on-ones, is what is your goal? And are you really strategically moving forward on that goal? If it's improving attendance, then what are you doing? And we can talk about that every single month. What kind of support do you need from me? What kind of support do you need from the board in order to improve the attendance there, or to improve the culture and climate, or to retain your staff? or to train your substitutes, whatever it is that's going on in those buildings, they have to have a goal and be working towards it, because that would be my expectation. And that's your expectation of them.
Thank you.
Would you describe how you believe the superintendent can improve district morale?
Well, I will tell you that morale is a problem in every organization everywhere, right? I think that it comes from building a sense of team and a sense of purpose. In education, we are so lucky because what we do every single day makes a difference. And as long as everybody in the organization understands and embraces that, that helps morale, because it's always good to go to work when you're doing something good for somebody. And that everybody understands that my part in that is important. If I'm a teacher, is really, really important. But if I'm the bus driver and those kids are getting on that bus every morning, I'm making a difference for that child every single morning. And if I'm the custodian who is keeping that building right, and I noticed it a lot in the district where I am right now, the kids all know the custodian's name. They interact all the time. He's very, very helpful. This happens to be the one at the high school in helping them get into their lockers and do all those sorts of things. He makes their day better every single day. And I think that's the first and most important thing in morale, is we're a team doing good work. Beyond that, it's communication. It's having every person know what they need to know to do their job, to have the stuff they need to do their job, to listen. I just had a conversation with one of the workers at the school who was explaining to me about a little problem that was going on and how we could make that better by changing the schedule and making some changes that are easy to make. Good suggestion. And I think she'll feel better that she was heard and that we can actually do that. And then being honest with people and saying, we can't do that. We don't have the money. It's not legal. It's too complicated to implement right now. You can't have 100 initiatives going on at once. We have to kind of focus on what it is that we've set as a priority, and to help people understand that there are limits, but their concerns are heard. And once you get back to, it's about doing the very best thing we can for our kids every day, and you're a part of that. Can't fix it with money. You can't really fix it with time off. It has to be that sense of belonging, I think, that makes morale go up.
Tell us about the process you use in dealing with difficult and divisive issues. And please explain an example.
I think it starts with listening and gathering information. Now, not every conflict can be settled. You don't always have time to do that, but for the most part, when we have divisive issues, it's beginning to get everybody's perspective and hearing what that is and understanding where people are coming from in that issue. And then being able to respond, I guess, in an honest and open way about how their feelings, where we are on that issue. One of the best pieces of advice I got when I was first an administrator was, if you can eat and sleep before you make a decision, that's a really good thing to do, so that you do, because you don't always understand what that issue is. Trying to think of a good example that we came out on the positive end of. I think, we just went through it in the Southern District. We need a practice gym. There's only one gymnasium, and the gym that used to be on the stage. You remember those old schools where so our second gym is on the stage. So that when the 7th and 8th graders practice for free throws, you're like this much on the side and then you drop off the stage. So you can't really practice free throws or 3-point shots from that particular direction. But that particular project was supposed to be a $5 million project. It looked like it was going to be a $5 million project, which came right along with the fact that we lost the funding on our free and reduced lunch, and the valuations went up 23%. And that was a big project for the community. And so we had several public meetings to go through that. The board decided partway through, and the board it was a divisive decision because the board was not in total agreement on whether or not we should move forward with this practice gym. But they did agree together to put it all the way through bids and see where we were in actual money before we moved forward with the project. And so that was a compromise amongst the board members to go ahead and take it that far, pay for it to get that far. As it turns out, I don't know, it was a miracle. The bids came in at 3 million instead of 5 million. And so we've worked through the financing and came to an arrangement where with a lot of public meeting, a lot of public comments at our board meetings, they weren't all happy comments in moving forward with it, but we were able to do the $3 million project as a lease purchase. We didn't have to levy nearly as much as we expected to have to levy for that. So that made it doable for the taxpayers. And it took 6 full months of many meetings and much conversation to come to the agreement to go ahead and build the project. I don't know if that's a good example, but it was certainly divisive in the community.
What will you do to create and maintain I'm doing the wrong question. Going backwards. Describe your process and procedures for carrying out policy.
Well, read it. I think and there's a lot of different terms when you think about policy, but there is the written board policy, which is the law and quite frequent. And sometimes then there are those policies that we say it's our policy, especially building principles, when it's the building's policy, but it's not necessarily the board's policy or the handbook policy or the written policy. But I think it's important. If it's policy, you need to know what it is and you need to follow it. That's the way it is. If you're talking about those written policies over there, if it's our policy to feed kids, even if they don't pay, that's a different kind of policy. And when we talk about those sorts of informal policies and procedures, those are ones we need to look at carefully and be sure that our policy and our policies match, and that if we are going to go ahead and feed everybody, whether or not they are able to pay or not, then we need to put that in documentation and make it the actual policy in terms of how we do it. I think we get in trouble when we don't all have a common understanding of what our policy is. But the procedure is to follow it. Usually if it's something controversial or where it requires legal, I want legal earlier than later in a process. If we're looking at, do we accept an option enrollment student? What are we doing with an IEP? Those sorts of things, to get that legal advice up front and be sure that the board's aware of where we stand legally if it's a more contentious or troublesome policy we're dealing with.
Thank you.
What will you do to create and maintain a high profile in our schools and community?
Well, it's harder for an interim, but usually try to be sure I'm on the chamber board or invited to the chamber board. If there's any chances to speak at Rotary or any of those groups, to be sure that the foundation is usually a good place that has representatives that are in touch with the community. Any place that we can get out there to be visible, be in the buildings, and be at events if we can, school events if I can. A lot of times as an interim, I am not in the district during the weekends. Lots of weekends you're not here. But to go to PTO meetings, to any place that I can insert my presence. At Southern, I found one of the best places was the Little Old Ladies Group, which I now qualify for. Eat at the Legion every Tuesday night, because in Southern, there's not very many places to eat. There's the Legion, Subway, Casey's, and the bar. So, and I'm there staying in a bed and breakfast, which does not have cooking facilities. So I have kind of a good rotation now. I know what's on each night. But as you interact with those people, go meet with the library, be on the library board if you can, or speak to places like that. It's important that your superintendent is the outward facing spokesperson for the district. It's my job to be sure that we're represented in the very best way that we possibly can, and to be able to answer questions in any group where you can get information out. Because otherwise people get their information from bad places.
All right. How do you manage change and successfully lead all stakeholders through the process?
That's a hard one. And change is hard for every organization. But I think it's very strategic. It does have to start with understanding how the change is going to impact every stakeholder. And that's one of the things I think where being a good listener is really important. So a lot of times I'm kind of impulsive and I'm very not patient. I want to move once we've made a decision, I want it to happen. So I usually have a set of people around me that I go to and say, if we did this, I'm not saying we're going to, if we did this, what would happen? How would that affect you? How would it affect your part of the organization? What would happen? What do you think would happen if we do this? And what are the barriers that we need to take out of the way? And what kind of understanding do we need to have if we're going to have to make that change? If the change is abrupt, when you lose $800,000, that's probably not going to be a change we're going to be able to talk about for a while or build a lot of things. We're going to have to make the change. So I think also helping all of the stakeholders understand the amount of urgency there is to the change. So if you're going to change test scores, that's going to take years because it doesn't happen overnight. If you're going to change culture, it doesn't happen overnight. It just takes time and work, constant work to do those sorts of things. If you're going to change a bus route, then you need to speak to everybody you possibly can to see we're going to have to make this change and let as many people know ahead of time that this change is coming. Maybe help us figure out how it's going to happen, but we're going to have to make this change. Let's get it done. So the question was, how do I,
Manage change and successfully lead all stakeholders through the process.
I think that the part about that is that constant communication and the rechecking. You know, okay, we're trying this, we're doing this, we're making this change. How's it going? Is it going okay? How do we need to adjust it to make it work? Because some changes are simply going to have to happen. The hardest ones that I've ever done are closing a school, an attendance site, or adding on a boundary. Think how hard it is to change a school boundary. I'm sure you've had to do that off and on. In Papillion La Vista, had added a second high school. That changes all kinds of things. What are your feeder schools? And there's so much communication that has to go with it, but the change has to happen. So managing the change, it's hard work to manage change. And it isn't always successful. Sometimes it takes years before people are really happy with the change. One whole set of kids, kindergarten through 6th, when you change a boundary. But I think you have to manage it, and you can't just dictate it, or it's not successful and it's painful for everybody, including yourself.
Okay, please give us an example of how you established a cooperative working relationship with a difficult group.
With a difficult group. I'm trying to think of a difficult group. You know, I think that one of the ones that give me that question again.
Give us an example of how you established a cooperative working relationship with a difficult group.
I think perhaps one of the ones that was that I can think of it where the group was difficult is if you're familiar with the Omaha Public Schools, we had 13 unions. And so we had to make some changes in busing and the bus drivers in terms of how we work through some of the processes and procedures with how that union directed the work and how the work needs to be done. And so it took a lot of conversations because the unions are very black and white, and those contracts are written. You're not talking about a teachers association, you're talking about an AFL-CIO union. And I think that process, it took a lot of committee meetings and meetings with the leadership there, probably took almost 6 months meeting weekly to try to change those procedures and change the contract so that we could go ahead and move forward in the direction that we wanted to go. So that was probably, we came out of it, I think, really well. We learned a lot about what it's like to be a bus driver. And I learned that when I was in one of the suburban schools, we always just waited because Omaha Public always called off school on a snow day. And so we just waited for them to do it. And then we all called off school too. And we always going, yeah, and they always just wimp out, just always call off school. Well, as it turns out, if you're driving a bus and you have an accident on a slippery, hilly, small Omaha street, that accident goes on your personal insurance. And so when the roads were really bad, the bus drivers all called in sick because they didn't want to risk their insurance rates, their driver's insurance rates going way up. And it made a lot of sense when you heard it from the drivers about why they all called off work on a really bad snow day. It wasn't because they were lazy or they didn't want to come to work or they didn't care about the kids. It was, this is a big financial burden for us in those ways. And so I think, we learned about, discipline on the buses. We learned about how badly they felt when kids had to walk 6 or 7 blocks and stand on the corner until they got there on a cold day. And it was very, very informative. So we made a lot of progress with the bus drivers in addition to solving our problem about what those routes would look like and how much their time and task would be. So that's the example that comes to mind.
Thank you.
Would you please describe your experience and background related to school finance and the budget process?
Well, in the big schools, I've always had somebody, and I've had the best mentors probably possible in the finance people that I've been able to work with. In the smaller schools, you have to do it yourself. That's the hard thing about being an interim in the small schools. There's nobody else to do it. But I guess that in my mind, there are 2 budgets. There's the budget with the state that sets our levy and has all that unused budget authority and 2% limits and 7% caps and all of those sorts of things that you have to manage. And then there's the day-to-day budget. And on that day-to-day budget, I feel very, very, very confident. I like looking at the numbers, even though numbers aren't my background, but I like seeing how a process works. In HR, all of my assistant soup roles were in human resources. That's where we spend the most money. So when it's time to say, what are the caseloads? What are the numbers? What's the class sizes? How are we going to staff these buildings? Can we add one over here? Can we take one away here? How many hours are you going to get a library media specialist in your building? I love looking at those formulas and how that affects the money. Can we negotiate a great contract with the bus company, or can we buy a bus for a certain price? I love that negotiation. I like to negotiate contracts with the union to see how we can get the best for the teacher, but also the best for the district in terms of what those contracts say. I watch it monthly. Sometimes weekly, if we're in a little bit of a financial pitch, to be sure that we're right on track with that day-to-day budget. The one over here with the State Department, that was a little bit of a mystery. Every year you have to go through and rewrite it because the legislature changes how that all works together. You have to be really good at it, because if you don't keep that budget authority up there, if you don't maximize that budget that goes into the state, it doesn't take very long for the district to get themselves in a really bad position financially. And you always kind of have to be thinking out there because of how all that works legislative. You always have to be thinking out there a year or 2 or 3 or 4 years out as to what would happen if, because when Broken Bow lost their $800,000 and Auburn lost our money from the flood abatement, we were in trouble. We were having to borrow money to make payroll in Auburn, and the board thought they had money in the cash reserve, and we didn't have money in the cash reserve, because how it looks in the state budget isn't really dollars in the bank. That's budget authority. It isn't actually, you can't write a check for budget authority. And so I think that's the trickier part. That's the part where we're fortunate enough in North Platte that you have a financial manager that can watch that full time and be sure that we're planning ahead, because you just never know from year to year what will happen to state aid. And we've been very fortunate that tax credit has really helped us all out, but now the now the state's got a shortfall and we probably won't get reimbursed for special education to the tune that we've been reimbursed. It was a promise, but it's, I saw it go from 80% when I first came to Nebraska to 40% before they raised it back up again. So you just have to always be on top of it. Finance is key to every superintendent role. You just, because so many people depend on us. Not just our students, but our staff. And I'm assuming we're one of the largest employers in the community, probably. Omaha Public was the second largest employer in the state with 7,500 employees. So.
How will you work with the board and staff to prepare for reduced funding?
Conversation ahead of time. You know, we've already had every staff meeting that we've had since we got the word about the fact that we were losing our state aid based on the free and reduced lunch overpayment. We have that conversation. You know, what do we need to do? It's coming. We're not going to be able to raise the taxes high enough because we were already at $1.08. This year we had reduced our levy to $1.01, but there's not enough room in there to cover that indefinitely. So I think it's helping people know that the decisions are not arbitrary and mean. These are decisions. So if you have to say, and you go for the low hanging fruit first, you go for overtime, maybe shift off some of the field trips to the foundation to pay for, try to reduce the number of subs you have to have in the building, any of those kinds of things that you can do, see if we can figure out a way to pay less for utilities, shut the furnace off down overnight, whatever, everything you can possibly do. And then I have not, in all of the districts I've been at, ever had to do a reduction in force. We've watched for it ahead of time. We've done lots of closing positions, hiring freezes, you know, moving people around, but through attrition, we've been able to not ever have to do a reduction in force. In the early days in Ralston had, when the levy limits came in, Ralston was not an equalized district, and our levy was $2.18. And then all of a sudden the levy limit was $1.05. And it's like, oh my, this is bad. Well, we did a lot of that reduction through, we paid early separation. And so then as a teacher would take the early separation, because our numbers had also dropped, so we were able to do that. We were able to close those positions and not refill them. And at that time, you kind of have to use the tools you have. So at that time, the early separation payments were outside the levy limit. And that's how a lot of districts reduced their staff at that time. And in Ralston, of the 250 teachers, I think only 40, almost over 200 of them were topped out on the salary schedule because they'd been there for such a long time. And so we were able to make a lot of progress with those early separations. So I think but I think it's important for every person in the organization to understand there's going to be financial troubles ahead, and we're going to have to plan for those and make it as painless as possible. There's no easy way to do it.
That's a great question this time. How will you help us continue moving forward with our current strategic plan?
I think monitoring it, being sure it's on everybody's radar, and that we work it in to conversations on the board agenda. You know, we're doing this because it's part of the strategic plan, that as those building administrators set their goals, that they're in line with the strategic plan and take it forward. Classroom teachers as they're looking at their personal goals as they go forward and understand what that strategic plan is and how important it is that we make progress in that direction. I think one of yours is improving academic performance. Is that correct? So every teacher in the district can be a part of that. And then being sure that all the initiatives that we start support the strategic plan. Because a lot of districts, and I'm as guilty as anybody else, we kind of have initiative fatigue. There's, we start this and, oh, this will really work. This is going to be great. And okay, we're going to do this. And oh, we're going to do this and we're going to do this and we're going to do this. And that happens a lot in large districts because you've got a lot of people pushing initiatives. And all of a sudden you're going, whoa, wait a minute. We've got 50 initiatives going here. We've got 15 going when maybe we should take 3 of them forward to see if they're going to work and focus a little bit on that. I think to get your strategic plan to work, you have to work it. Keep it on the front burner. And create some buy-in in it.
Okay, well, that was the last of our questions
All
for
right.
you.
Did we
So
make an
now
hour?
my last question is, do you have any questions for us?
I do. I think from the board's perspective, what do you see as the biggest challenges in the next year? Besides the transition of leadership. And I will say that that's one of the things that that I've seen over and over again is that transition of leadership can be really well done. And as an interim, it's fun for me to take the district through that process because you're going to choose your new leader early on in this next year. And so at Southern, the new superintendent has been able to join us at conferences, come to board meetings, if it's possible, be part of some of our strategic planning. We've got a big building project, so he zooms in on every construction meeting. And so we're able to build that relationship and give them a head start on where you want them to go. So in terms of preparing that new leader, the next leader, what do you think the things that you will want from them are?
One of the big issues is we're going to be down about $2 million in state aid from our previous one. So that right now, to me, is the biggest issue that I think we will be looking at and how to deal with that. And so that will be a big discussion issue that we will actually, I think we're going to start on Thursday night discussing it.
In talking about what that going to look like.
And start to work towards something, but that wherever the interim comes in July, that'll still be in discussion. So that, to me, that right now is the biggest issue that we're going to have to deal with.
And will that be, will taxes replace that? Do you have enough tax authority to replace the 2 million?
That's an issue.
Did your valuation go up high enough?
Our valuation could go up, yes.
Did it
will
go
it-
up last year?
Will it? No, it went down.
Our valuations went up last year.
Well, valuations, yes.
Mill levy went down.
Mill levy,
Yes.
yeah. Valuations did, and they do go up about every year here. But our levy went down, yes.
So the board's decision is whether or not to raise that levy to cover the 2 million.
That will be one of them, yes,
Which would be one option.
yes.
One option is to cut $2 million out of a $35 million budget. Is that right?
It's larger than
That's-
that.
yeah.
That's the property tax request,
Oh, that's
but
right.
I think our budget is closer to 70, roughly, give or take some dollars.
Have
She
you,
was nodding, so I think we're somewhere in the close ballpark with that. Yeah.
has the district been involved in cutting expenses over the course of the past 3 years?
Yes.
And has that been reduction in staff,
No.
closing buildings? Not buying buses?
We don't, we don't bus other than activities.
Oh,
so,
that's true.
Yeah. Mhm.
In Southern, we bus everybody and it's only a mile.
Yeah.
So
knew?
there have been some conversations, yes, about that. And there have been some decisions made that I think aligned with supporting some changes in budget, but also with supporting strategic plans. So one example of that would be previously there was a professional development contract that was a pretty large sum of money. And recently our district has transitioned back to doing more of a PLC model where our teachers get out early on Wednesdays and meet within their PLC groups. Which has really, I think, helped support the strategic plan of kind of growing our own and working within their groups to increase scores and work collaboratively. But it did also support, some reduction in budget use as well. So there have been some conversations, but probably not to the extent that they might need to be had in the coming years. So. One issue that I see to answer your question is something that's going to be really relevant to our school district. North Platte is a community that is really changing right now. There has been a lot of growth and development and things happening here. So I think as a district, we're kind of in the wait and see of we don't know what that looks like for us just yet. We had been losing students each year, around 100 students. And this year, we're a little bit more holding steady on our enrollment, which is obviously a very positive thing for us to see. But we don't necessarily know when we're making decisions, are we going to stay right here? Are we going to see an influx of people moving in? We really don't know. And so obviously those long-term things at some point may impact talking about things like boundaries for our schools and where are the new housing developments coming in and the school's outgrowing their space where this one has empty rooms. And so I do think there are some of those conversations in our future, maybe not this year, but maybe laying the framework there to be prepared to have them.
Well, and I think those conversations, the sooner the better, even if you're not going to do a lot about, not going to make any huge decision, but having the discussions and talking about class sizes and number of students in different attendance centers and how many units, sections that you're going to have, even if there's no action, kind of keeping that dialogue going is really helpful. Then when you do have to make the decision or have an opportunity to make a decision, if it's build a new building or reorganize. And one of a controversial decision that comes to mind to me now is when we were at Garden City, we moved the sixth graders up. And at that time, so I was an assistant soup for HR. The high school was 10, 11, 12. And so we moved our ninth graders up and we moved our middle school to 6, 7, 8. And built another middle school because at that time, Garden City was growing like crazy. It doubled about every 10 years. And it took a long time. I mean, that discussion happened over probably a 3-year period before we actually did it and made the move, because that involved almost every building everywhere. The sixth grade teachers had to decide whether they were moving up. We had also opened an elementary building. Were they going to transfer? And then you've got all those high school teachers who had to take ninth graders. Oh my gosh. And developing a middle school concept, but it took a while to do that. So if North Platte is facing those kinds of decisions, then those conversations should start with your interim. And one thing about an interim is if there are really hard, ugly decisions to make, an interim can make those, because then the new person coming in doesn't have to take the heat for it. They can say, yeah, that Moon, she did that. I don't know what she was thinking, but here we are now. And that is I think that's an advantage of, if you think that there's going to be some big controversy or some really hard decisions, that's something an interim can take on and handle, so that you can then, the new person come in and bring peace and chaos, and quiet the chaos. Are our class sizes manageable?
I think in a lot of our buildings, I was visiting a couple of buildings that have a couple of grades that, I mean, the class sizes are up around 25, 28. I think most of them, I asked the principal just as a reminder, you know, where we cap at? And they said usually about 30 before they'll consider splitting a classroom. And so for the most part, though, I think we're under 25 in most of our classrooms. There, you know, with an occasional few that are higher.
Not very much room there to reduce staff, though.
Right. Not unless you combine a building, probably, which there is some possible opportunity for making some changes that way. Again, not popular, but there are some opportunities potentially.
Mhm. And I think that's one of the conversations for the board to have with each other and also with the community itself. So in Kearney, for instance, that they are fiercely local buildings. And so efficiently, financially, probably could be a lot cheaper to have fewer than 10 elementary schools. But that is the strategic belief of the board, is that we will have whatever. And then you go to a district like Cozad and some of those, they're K-12 buildings, because it's very efficient to run a K-12 building, and they can do it in that size of a community. And so it's really that those beliefs and the culture and of the community's needs to think about how you reorganize buildings, if you're going to and in some decisions, it is, do we go ahead and raise the limit a little bit and keep our local community schools? Or is the $2 million so important that we're not going to raise the levy and we're going to consolidate? And in some districts, you have to, because you're already at the limit. And so there's no, you have to cut. But in most of our districts, we can make those community-based decisions about how we want to operate. And we still have a little room in that levy to say, this is something worth paying the extra for, or asking the taxpayers to pay more for, or this isn't. And those are hard conversations, but you kind of have to have them and figure out where you are.
There's one thing that I would like to share. Obviously, and you would know this coming in as an interim, that the situation that we're in with our current superintendent leaving as abruptly as he did, there has been a lot of distrust within our school district, within the community. There's a lot of conversations about the board right now, whether the board is even trustworthy. And so I think that's something else that, you know, obviously is going to be a conversation with all of the other issues that we're tackling, and maybe how to help us to build the trust, not only with each other, but with the community, with the school district. And yeah, we just I know there's a desire to be better. We just don't always know how to do it. And so that would be something that I think we would be relying on our next leader to help us work through some of those issues.
Do you think people feel that way because of how decisions have been communicated, or do you think, have you, as I guess this is a hard question, public meeting, have you had trouble coming to consensus amongst yourselves?
Yes. I would say so. And I think communication is actually a big part of that. And it's something that we're trying to get better at. It's something we're trying to, I think, get better at speaking openly and frankly at meetings. It's definitely a challenge. And so I've been on the board. I'm the senior most member. Skip would be second. Mitch has been on just a couple of months, so he's our newest board member. But even for me, having the tenure that I've had, there are times that it's difficult sometimes to say some of the things that need to be said publicly. And so I think that's something that we all would like to improve a little bit upon. And I can see, especially as I've seen things on social media or in the newspaper, where we probably have fallen short in that. And so we definitely need to do better.
So do you do a board retreat?
We do.
We haven't for a couple of years. We did in the past, but that was one reason we went to the committee of a whole, was because then we could have more conversations up front. When we had two different committees, some of us got some information, some of us were just, here's what happened. And so we decided if we all got the same information at the same time, we could have those conversations out loud. I think that's where the public is like, oh, they all have their own ideas. What? They don't all rubber stamp everything. So they're kind of worried about it, but I think it's great. I mean, Joanne asks a lot of questions that I wouldn't think of. And Skip's been a teacher for so many years in the school district that he's got ideas that I wouldn't think of. I love listening to Cindy and Mitch and Emily with their ideas, because sometimes those are questions that I was like, oh yeah, that'd be great. So we get to do that in the committee of a whole, which is fantastic. But I think the public is not used to that. They're used to everybody just voting the same way and being happy with it. So that's changed a lot in the last 6 years.
Do you think, so the board willing to play, like, we usually did the true colors exercise or the strength finder or the quadrants or something like that to learn how everybody thinks, everybody approaches work. That has helped me a lot. One of my boards at Ralston, we had very different opinions about some certain things, and the board over time got to using the colors. And I remember on one particular decision, are you familiar with how the colors work? The oranges are the fast chargers and the blues are the soft and warm and fuzzy people. And so, and we had a long conversation about a difficult situation. And one of the board members who was definitely on the orange side said to my board member who was on the blue side, said, Martha, you're not only blue, you are flaming blue. And then we laughed, and then, the temperature of the room came down. And I think those kinds of exercises maybe for the board to figure out how to agree and disagree and have a conversation and have some fun with it would maybe help us out to go forward. So we can use one of those committees as the whole to just do some, how are we going to talk about a problem like this? And then I think it's the job of the superintendent to mitigate the conflict or with the public. That's my job, to say, this is what the board is doing. This is where we're struggling with this. There are lots of perspectives there, so that the blame doesn't fall on the board, because so often what happens is that because these are all public meetings, it's hard to have open dialogue, even in a committee of the whole. You can't really turn over an idea and say, what if we did this? Because the next thing you know, it's going to be on, it's going to be on social media that, well, board member Mary Lou decided that we're going to change the school colors to red and black. And, even if that wasn't or we're going to close, what if we close this elementary school? Well, you can't say that out loud in any kind of a public meeting, because then it becomes gospel, and the next thing you know, it's everywhere. And so it's really hard to have that open dialogue. you do as board members and the superintendent even, although it's easier because you can blame the superintendent that we come and go. But if you say it out loud, sometimes we don't say what we need to say out loud because it will then become a public comment or a public scrutiny. And so I think it's part of the superintendent's job to protect the board, to say we're struggling a little bit here. Now, that means the board also has to play and not say something stupid. I mean, you do have to. We always put out to everybody in the district and on the board, don't say it if you don't want to see it as a headline, because that's the risk no matter what. Don't put it in a text, don't put it in an email, because it could be a headline. And so jokes sometimes hurt people when you didn't mean anything by it. And so I think those are ways to build the trust. I think being very clear about here's the problem we're trying to solve, if we're going to have to go down a hard pathway. You can't, it's hard to build trust in our current climate because everything is public and everything is exaggerated, and you can't trust anything that you see on the internet because it gets manipulated into things. And so it's a hard position, but you build trust by listening, doing a good job, being compassionate, and doing what you say you're going to do. And if you're going to change your mind, being sure everybody knows we're going to change our mind, and this is what. And that's constant communication, and you just can't ever get to everybody. But my personal opinion is it's the superintendent's job to protect you a little bit from that and be sure that the message that we put out, if we're divided as a board, then that message has to be the board is struggling with that decision. We're working through it. There are a lot of opinions. There's a lot of perspectives to look at. And when we get to a decision, we're going to let you know. And to invite input. So have I gone over my time?
Thank you, Virginia. We really
Thank you.
appreciate you
Yeah.
taking your time and answering all of our questions for us.
I'm
today.
looking forward to going through the schools, or going past the schools at least.
Thank you. Yes.
We're gonna have, Mr. Eagles, set your things out if you'd like, and you will introduce yourself to everybody. I'll get it going. After you get done with the page.
Oh. Oh, he has books. Hi, I'm Angela. Nice to meet you.
You're the new guy.
Yeah.
Don't you guys wanna?
That's back this month.
Guys are a long ways away.
Hello, hello.
All right. Well, we have a list of questions, which you have there in front of you as well, and we're just going to rotate which board member asks you each question. So I'm going to start us off with asking you to tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay, well, my name's Steven. I'm a native Texan, grew up in the northern suburbs of Dallas, of Richardson and Plano, Texas. When I got done with high school, I wasn't quite ready to go to college yet, and I was working in a physical therapy clinic. Worked there full time for about 4 years, just absolutely loved it. Really believed that I was going to be a physical therapist and I wanted to be an athletic trainer as well. As it turned out, a couple of the guys that I was working with were student athletic trainers or head student trainers at the university during their era of attending UNL. And so when I got ready to go to school, they were my into the athletic training program at Nebraska. So I came up to Nebraska, didn't know a soul but their brothers. And so came up here and was an athletic trainer for the first semester. I couldn't afford to do it full time because literally it was 40 hours a week you were doing that. And there was not going to be any scholarship opportunities until you were a senior. So I needed to not work for free for the next 4 years. So I got another part-time job at another physical therapy clinic in Lincoln. But I really thought I was going to be a physical therapist. And then I would say after my sophomore year, I took human physiology that sophomore year. And at the end of the class, the professor wanted to know if I would consider being a TA for him. But sure, that'd be great. So Dr. Tharp was my professor. And as it turned out, there were 2 human phys professors at UNL. And if you were a TA for Dr. Pardee, you basically were just I would say kind of a facilitator for the lab. You didn't really get to do too much. And if you were with Dr. Tharp, you actually got to introduce the lesson, talk about a few concepts that the lab was going to be going over. And you really got to be kind of a teacher in a sense, and really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed the connections that I had with the students. Really felt like I was good at it, if you will. It seemed like all of my sections wanted to organize study groups with me. So I would facilitate and go through the pre-test kind of things with them, talk about things. And I really enjoyed that. And so that was when I really felt like being a teacher is what I needed to be. So after about my junior year, I changed majors to be an education major and kind of started the cycle over again, going back to school and getting all my education classes to do that. Met my wife the first semester I was in Lincoln, and she graduated pretty quickly and got a job in Omaha. And I drove back and forth to do the TA position for a couple of semesters. And then I finished up my college at UNO. So I graduated from UNO. After graduation, I got to be a science teacher and football coach in Pawnee City, small little town in southeast Nebraska. Pawnee City is where my wife is from, so we really enjoyed the opportunity to be able to grow up in her town. Stayed in Pawnee City for about 7 years. Then I became a principal, got my master's from Doane. Went to Axtell, Kansas, real small school right across the border to be a principal. Really enjoyed it. I had about 100 students in the high school and just got to know everybody. Unfortunately, that was in the time frame that Kansas was first experiencing their disastrous school finance situation, and so the district was in really kind of a turmoil. Got to develop a community group where we had to identify like $600,000 worth of budget cuts and a $3 million budget. So you can imagine that was pretty drastic. But things were going really well. Then I got a phone call out of the blue in April from superintendent in West Point, Nebraska. He wanted to know if I'd consider applying for his position. I said, I just got here. I can't really see leaving. It's been really fun. So I talked to my superintendent and he said, Stephen, if you got the opportunity to get out of Kansas, I would hate to lose you, but you really need to consider doing that. So went back to West Point, spent about 7 years at the high school in West Point, really enjoyed that. Really got the opportunity to experience being in a community that had private school and the public school and the dynamics that presents. So really enjoyed learning that. Even today, going back to West Point, it seems like I have as many GACC parents welcome me back as I do the public school parents. So it's a really neat kind of dynamic there. And then from West Point, like I said, I went back to Pawnee City to be superintendent. Got to start our beautiful family. If you look in the booklet, the first page that you see is just a quick summary of our family. I've got 3 boys. Our oldest Chase married his high school sweetheart, and they've blessed us with a grandson. And I can honestly say there's nothing that warms my heart more than to hear Papa's here. So that's always kind of cool. Haley is a OT in Lincoln, and Chase works at Huddle. Trent is a teacher, PE teacher at Cross County in Stromsburg. He's been there for 2 years, absolutely loves it. And our youngest, Zane, just graduated from UNK, and he is going to be starting law school this fall in Lincoln. So we're excited about that, and really proud of the young men that they're becoming. So it's been a lot of fun watching them and being a part of that. Then I moved to Fairbury to be superintendent in Fairbury. Was superintendent there for 8 years. Really did a lot of good things in Fairbury. Got to learn a lot of things in Fairbury. Really proud of the time that we spent there. Did a lot of facility improvements. It was quite a few old buildings and really made some nice improvements that really need to be happened there. We expanded our shop program, doubled the size of that, brought in industrial grade equipment for the shop class, auto shop class. So that was really good. We maximized our science facility, doubled that. And then the pieces of the building that the science classes moved out of, we redesigned into really good workable sped rooms. So it was really nice to see that. And then I was getting ready to retire, and I was all set to retire 3 years ago, and I had my successor lined up in place, and the opportunity came to help South Central Unified Number 5 dissolve. When that came up, it was like, that's kind of an interesting proposition. Doesn't happen too often, and I felt like the timing was right. And so I went to do that. And the plan was help them separate, get them set up into 2 independent districts, and then right off into the sunset and retire and go camping and all that kind of good stuff. But it really went really well. And it went so well that they asked me to stay on to be their superintendent as they just began their independent life as independent districts. So I did that. Again, all the finances were good. All the programs were set, the facilities were set, so everybody's in a good spot. And then Sandy Creek asked me to stay on one more year to be their loan superintendent, and that's what I've been doing this year. So I was planning to retire, and I told them I was retiring because they deserved their own full-time superintendent, one that could be the face of the district in the community, the one that could be involved in all the activities and really be present all the time. Because I was driving back and forth from Fairbury for the last 3 years. They were very gracious and said, you know, you focus on the job at hand and we're okay if you're not at the activities and whatnot. And but a school needs that full-time presence of the administrator. So they've got their superintendent lined up for next year, and I was going to ride off into the sunset. Then your opening came up and didn't really think about it. Had a couple of colleagues say, "Hey, Grizz, have you seen North Platte?" And I said, "Yeah, I noticed it was open." I said, "That's right up your alley. You need to look into it." So I did start to look into things. And I have to say, it's intrigued me. I feel like the skill sets that I have acquired over the years would really lend itself to help. And I do view my plan has always been to retire, get the rest, get refocused, and then come back as interim to help districts through the tough transitions that sometimes happen. And districts need interim superintendents for a host of different reasons. And I feel like my mindset and my approach, my temperament and my background could really help districts weather the storm, get focused and get set to do all the good things that they want to get done. And I kind of feel like this is a unique opportunity for me to be able to help bridge that gap, help make that transition smooth, and to set you up for success and the things that you want to get done for your district.
What strength will you bring to our school district in this position?
I think my approach to things is a collaborative focus. I feel like I do a good job of bringing people together, bringing different perspectives together and identifying what we need to focus on. One of my Gallup strengths is a ranger. And what an arranger does is put the different pieces together into the best fit possible. And I feel like that's something that I really do fairly well. So I feel like that collaborative approach is something that's going to really help North Platte during this next year. Finances are a very strong suit of mine. Everywhere I've been, we've had strong budgets. I pride myself in being able to maximize the budget. And I really believe that the budget for the district ought to support your strategic plan, your purpose, your goals. And if anything that you have going on in the district doesn't align with the strategic plan or with your goals, then you need to really consider about, does that program or activity need to continue because it doesn't support what our main goals are. So I think my budgetary focus and strength is going to be something that's going to really help North Platte as well as you go into the future.
Okay, how would you collaboratively work with the board to facilitate productive decision or discussion on issues?
Well, I think we have to be willing to talk through things and we have to be willing to listen to other points of view. And I think the biggest piece in collaborating is being able to have have those conversations. Not every conversation is going to be easy, but I feel like if we can set aside emotions and focus on the facts and focus on the data and be able to look at each piece, we ought to be able to come together on what's the best path forward. And I feel like being able to have those conversations is important. If I'm selected to be superintendent, I would love to have one-on-one conversations with each board member just to get to know you, get to understand who you are, get you to understand who I am a little bit better, and be able to make that connection, because without the connections, we're not going to be able to work as well together as we need to work as well together. So I think it's going to be important to have that connection with each of us one-on-one. But I think the biggest thing is making sure that each of you feel like you have the same information as the next board member. I don't want any board member to feel like they have more information than anybody else. So, and I think that's going to help build trust. That's going to help you to know that when I'm talking to you, that I'm not telling you something that I'm telling somebody else different. So I think that's going to be important. Having a two-way street with communication is going to be important. I don't want just to be talking to you. I want you to be talking to me. And just be able to hopefully get us all to see the other side, because there's always two sides to any issue. So being able to have that conversation and be able to see it with your eyes wide open, I think is important. And I think that's a big piece of collaboration.
Okay, thank you.
What methods of communication will you use to keep the board informed?
Well, I typically do a weekly update. And I think that's important, but I think, and I usually frame those weekly updates based on three main areas: educational leadership, communications and relationships, and budget and facilities. But I also would try and put most of that up in the educational leadership piece because of the strategic plan, the focus on that. I'd like to keep you guys updated on the progress that we're doing in the buildings towards the strategic plan. So I think that weekly update Friday afternoons goes out to you guys. And I usually communicate blind carbon copy so that if you do reply or have a question on something, you're just asking me and not the whole board, because we don't want to violate any open meetings laws and all that kind of good stuff. But if something pops up during the week, I will usually text in groups of 3. So if something major happens, like a bomb threat, I will text you guys and say, hey, just want you to know this is going on. Police have been called. They're on their way. Everything right now is okay. But I will send that to you right away, because I feel like it's important for you guys to hear from me as quickly as you can, so that you're not getting hit from community members and you don't know what's going on. Nobody likes to be blindsided. I don't like to be blindsided. So I really try and keep on top of communication as quickly as I can. I try on the weekly updates to give you my perspective on things, so there's not a lot of guesswork on what's happening. If I'm telling you about something, I will sometimes give you my opinion on where it's headed and those kinds of things. And so I think that's probably the most important thing. And then if I see you in town, I'll hit you up and talk to you, and not like do that one of these, you know. But I like to try and communicate as best I can, because I want you guys to be informed of what's going on, and I don't want you to be blindsided by stuff.
Can you describe a time when you had a communication, or excuse me, you had to communicate an unpopular decision to staff and stakeholders, and what the outcome was?
Well, I think back to probably the first one was when COVID was going on. There was a lot of unknowns of what was happening. And so I want to say on the afternoon that things were really starting to bubble, that things were going to change drastically. I just called a quick all staff meeting, and we got together and I went through the steps that have been followed up to that point, talked about all the factors that have been discussed, and told them how the commissioner is describing what the next few weeks are going to look like, and talked through it, asked questions, told them that we were going to put a committee together to identify how we were going to continue classes as a district during that time, what the closure was going to look like, what the technology pieces that we were looking at trying to address. So really at that time, whenever you're having an unpopular discussion, I feel like it's important to put your face in front and to be able to talk to people one-on-one, look them in the eye, and then be able to try and get questions from them and feedback from them as quickly as possible. So, if you're thinking of everything that you need to think of. Sometimes when you're trying to make decisions in a bubble, you're not going to make the best decisions. So it's important to get as many factors as you can and get as many inputs as you can. So that was one way, one time. I think with most recent with South Central's deunification, as soon as we had a plan in place of what we were doing, I asked the neighboring newspapers if I could write an article in the newspaper, sharing the roadmap of what our deunification was going to be, what the target dates were, what the target items we were going to try and accomplish by those days. And that really set people at ease because, schools are the community's livelihood. And when there's uncertainty with your school, as much information as you can communicate out as quickly as possible and as accurately as possible, it's going to kind of tone everybody down. So I felt like getting the newspaper article and the roadmap out in front of each community member was a very important step, and it really helped calm the waters, if you will, and kind of bridge the gap. So.
How do you hold building administrators accountable to establish goals, report progress, and ultimately meet goals?
Well, I think it's important to be upfront with everyone so that everyone knows what the expectations are. And I think the way you hold them accountable is to have conversations about those expectations and be able to ask for what progress have you made? How are you reaching the goal that we have set forth? What's your time frame in getting things done? But making the expectations known is the most important thing, because if they don't know what the expectations are, how could they meet them? And so I think getting the ambiguity out and being able to be concrete and explicit and clear, I think is important. I'm always one that assumes positive intentions. And so if things don't seem to be going the way that I feel like they ought to be going, I'm going to have casual conversations with them about whatever's not happening. Kind of get that casual conversation first, get us on the same page. And then if there's still not progress being made, then we're going to have a more concrete, a more direct conversation. But I think it's very important for anybody, whether it's a custodian, a cook, a PE teacher, or an English teacher, or AD or principal. If they don't know what their expectations are, there's always this unease that overshadows everything, and they need to know what our expectations are. So set those out ahead of time and in concrete form.
All right. Will you describe how the superintendent can improve district morale?
Well, they say stuff rolls downhill, right? So if I can be as positive as I can, and that's gonna help. And I really feel like that's one of the things that I've learned a lot about in the last few years if you're being positive, if you're being genuine, people know that. And I'm blessed with a fantastic wife. She helps me do so many things. And my time in Sandy Creek and Lawrence Nelson with South Central, she helped me organize. I would say 4 times a year we had different celebrations. So we'd have, like in the fall, we'd have a fall coffee bar at each school. Little thing, but it's from us. It's a thank you, and the teachers really appreciate it. Then come Christmas time, we have 12 days of Christmas where we've got little gnomes that we hide in the schools, and staff can find the gnome and get a present from me. So things like that help. Now, is that going to be easy to do with 11 schools? No, but I feel like that's the mindset that we can kind of create, and surely we can come up with some sort of appreciation style events throughout the year that really tell our staff thank you. So I think that's a big portion. I think another way is to be present. I mean, administrators need to be present in the buildings, and I think it's important that one of the comments I heard, this past couple of years was it's just nice seeing you even in the lunchroom and in the break room, and I'll sit down in the break room and chit chat with the staff as they're eating lunch and those kinds of things. Watch them in the classroom. Come visit the classroom. When I come to the classroom, I'm not there to evaluate. I'm there to just see and kind of get the vibe of the school. So I think that's important, and that's a way that a superintendent can help create that positive climate. My plan, if selected, is to find a place to live in North Platte and be present. I want to be in the buildings. I want the kids. Am I going to get to know 3,500 kids? Probably not in the year, but I'm going to be present in their buildings so they know who I am, and then we can have little casual conversations in the hallways and in the lunchrooms and at activities. But I think that breeds positivity, and it really impacts the climate in a positive way. And that's what I feel like I need to be able to do.
Okay, tell us about the process you use in dealing with difficult and decisive issues. Please give us an
Divisive.
device.
Yeah, she said
Divisive.
decisive.
Oh,
Divisive.
device issues. Please give us an example.
Well, I think probably the number one thing is to listen and to give people the opportunity to share their concern. I guess the best example that I can give you is 4 or 5 years ago, the year after COVID. We were one of the districts that had one of those large board meetings where there's a large public comment section, and there was a lot of people just voicing some discontent with what was going on. And that was hard to listen to. It really was. And it would have been easy to ignore it and hope it goes away. But instead, I felt like we needed to step into the issue and work towards solutions. And so what we did is we formed community groups, committees, and we listened to what concerns were. I brought in outside facilitators to help facilitate the conversations. We had probably 35 people in 3 different groups trying to identify the strengths and the weaknesses. And then once we identified the weaknesses, we came up with strategies, and that really helped, and it really gave people a voice, and it gave them a voice in a constructive manner. And it was really helpful. Was it fun? No, but it was necessary. But I think as long as you stand in front and you own it, then I think you can work towards a workable solution.
Okay. If you would please describe your processes or procedures for carrying out policy.
Well, policy is hugely important. I feel like it's one of the biggest things that I help facilitate. And I guess the policy process that I follow is we work through our attorneys to work on policy. I'll use the yearly updates as an example. So we get the yearly updates in the summer, usually mid to late June. I'll take those updates and I'll get our administrative team together and we'll go through and talk about the policies and talk about how those policies affect us. What kind of things do we need to look at tweaking in those policies to make it fit us? And then so administratively, we kind of go through the weeds of the policies and then I meet with the board committee. In this case, it'd be the committee of the whole. And we would work through what I would consider a clean draft. And the clean draft has been vetted and chewed on by the administrators. I've gone back to the attorneys to ask, hey, can we alter this? Can we alter that? And then so when I bring it to the board has got more of a working model of that policy. And then we chew on it some more as a board. And if there's things that you guys want to tweak or change or don't agree with, then I would take that back to the attorneys and say, hey, we'd like to look at this in a little different way. Can we do that? And they'll say, no, you can't do that. That'd be against the law. Or no, that sounds fine. If you guys want to do it that way, that would be great. So that's kind of the process that I follow in developing the policies and then carrying out the policies. I really feel like the policies need to drive the handbooks and the handbooks drive, all the processes and procedures that the schools follow. So in the past, I subscribed to, I've worked with KSB pretty much my entire administrative career. So their policies are hand in hand, lockstep with the handbooks. And so it makes carrying out the policies much easier because it's not like two sets of things. A lot of times districts adopt policies, but the handbooks don't really coincide with the policies. This way, it's all seamless. It's all one thing. And so it helps carrying out the policies to be much simpler that way.
What will you do to create and maintain a high profile in our schools and communities? You've kind of answered part of this with the schools, but about the community.
Well, I think the superintendent needs to be visible out in the community. I think taking part in radio interviews, heaven forbid, TV interviews and those kinds of things are important. I mean, it's important, especially a community this size. When I first got to Fairbury, we did a weekly radio call for their local radio station. That was great. Be able to talk about things that you wouldn't normally talk about. You can identify a specific activity you wanted to highlight, but you can also talk about upcoming issues. And I think the more that the community can hear from myself, the more clarity there's going to be. And I feel like being able to get my voice out there in whatever medium we need to is going to be important. And I want the community to know who I am. It's going to be weird being an interim superintendent, but I feel like it's still important for me to be out there and be able to talk about things in the public forum.
How do you manage change and successfully lead all stakeholders through the process?
Well, I don't have the vision of coming in and making a lot of changes. I want that to be clear. But if the change needs to happen, I feel like we need to get the stakeholders most involved or most affected by that change into the room to have the conversation. no one wants to have change happen to them. They're much better off if change happens with them. And so whoever's going to be affected most by the change, we need to be talking to them directly. Everybody loves to meet. So meetings are going to be important. You're going to have to get together and talk about things, look at the data, look at the information that you have in place, explain the why. If you can explain the why for a change, 9 times out of 10, people are going to be more accepting of that change. But you have to over communicate in a sense on why things are happening and why this is the path that we've selected to move forward in. But first and foremost, whoever's most affected needs to be brought in sooner rather than later.
Please give us an example of how you established a cooperating working relationship with a difficult group.
Go see them.
Time's over.
If if you've got a group that's unhappy, it's best to talk to them as soon as you can. They're difficult most likely because they feel unheard. So I feel like that's probably the biggest and best step you can take is to reach out and to meet with them and see what's going on. 9 times out of 10 people just want to be heard.
So a follow-up question. You're good and you welcome difficult communication?
Say that again.
You're good with and you welcome the difficult questions and communication?
I don't like it, but yes. I mean, I feel like you have to.
Exactly.
You have to reach out and you have to. I feel like a lot of times if you know something's percolating, the best step is to reach out first. You can't always do that, because you don't know everything. But if you get a sense of something's going on, it's best to reach out early.
Right. Would you describe your experience and background related to school finance and the budget process?
Budget is one of my strengths. It really is. I feel like everywhere I've been, the budgets have been efficient and responsible, conservative, but gives the district the best chance to do what they want to do. The budget has to support your goals. It has to support your strategic plan. It has to set the foundation of stability. And that takes work. It takes effort. It takes having difficult conversations. I feel like that is something that I'm good at. I understand the process and all that. And the back section of my booklet kind of has a little bit of budget philosophy. I feel like you need to overestimate your expenses, underestimate your revenue, and set a levy that you're comfortable setting and that you can defend. You don't want to just levy just to levy. You need to be able to explain why you are requesting the tax dollars that you are. So I feel like that's something that is very important. So if we need to levy 93 cents in the general fund, we need to be able to explain why we're levying 93 cents. If we need to go to 94 and a half, we need to be able to explain that. We can't just say, well, because. And I feel like that's something that is important, and the communities want their schools to do well. The community wants their schools that's responsible. And I feel like the better that we can explain why we're budgeting for what we are, I think we're going to be in a better place. I'm going to be honest. I feel like your budget does not exude stability. It's very volatile, I guess, would be one way to describe your budget. And part of that is because you have to requests a lot of taxes, and those only come in a few months of the year. But when you look at the second page that I kind of put together, when I look at the last 2 school years, it's been feast or famine. You've got a lot of months where you're in the negative balance on your general fund. And that doesn't lend itself to a sense of stability for staff. Staff doesn't want to be in just like your personal finances. If you're constantly worrying about the next paycheck, it's hard for you to go beyond bare necessities. And so I think that's something that we need to be able to talk about and look at, and to be able to come up with ways on how we can make that a little more stable. As I say down at the bottom, your budget needs to reflect your strategic plan. You've got a strong strategic plan. And so everything that we do, it needs to be focused in that direction, and the budget needs to be in that direction as well. So, but I feel like my background with finances is going to be a big asset.
Okay, how will you work with the board and staff to prepare for reduced funding?
Well, as I just mentioned, you need to focus everything on your goals, focus everything on your strategic plan. If it doesn't support the strategic plan, it really needs to be looked at as far as possible, either reduction or elimination. If it supports the strategic plan, then we need to budget for it. If you're looking at needing to make drastic decreases in the budget, then we need to get a group of people together that's affected by that area that you might be looking at, and come up with identification marks on what's a priority and what's not a priority. And then once you come to a consensus, then making a reduction is a little easier to do. But everything needs to be looked at through the lens of the strategic plan.
All right, how will you help us continue moving forward with our current strategic plan?
Well, the good news is, as I looked at your strategic plan, I mean, it fits with my background and my philosophies well. I mean, I feel like it's a really good strategic plan. The 3 goals that you have are solid. They're based, and they have clear goals of how you know you're going to get there. And I feel like everything that you have in there is really coincides with my beliefs and my background as well. So I don't feel like there's going to be any hesitancy at all, or any misgivings on helping you guys through the strategic plan. You're very fortunate to have a administrative team, and the schools are focused on how the strategic plan should be implemented in their buildings. But I feel like everything that you have is solid. Your main goal is your curriculum piece, your improving of academic performance and the skills of the teachers. That's what it should be. That should be one of your main goals. So I feel like everything that you have in place is going to be very well suited for someone like me to come in and help facilitate that continuance, and to help keep us on the right track. So kudos to a strong strategic plan, because it really is, it looks good.
Thank you.
All right, that was our last question for you. So now we would like to open it up. What questions do you have for us?
So what do you see as your number one selling point for the district?
Well, we have some of the best in our district. Our administrators are top notch, and our teachers are phenomenal. So our test scores have been going up, and they've just been working their rear ends off on it and doing great.
Good.
We have now started committee of a whole meetings instead of having two different committee meetings. So we all get information at the same time. We can ask questions. We can hear what others are asking. I think that's a real positive point that we have. In the last few years, we've now finally started to start reading our resignation letters so we can see if any teachers or anyone who's leaving has issues that we can talk to or fix in the future. This district is really starting to become, at least in the last couple of years, more transparent in everything, which I think is both positive and negative
Mhm.
because people aren't used to it, but it's positive because we are transparent. Like there's nothing really going on in the back rooms anymore.
Nice.
I would say passion is something that is a strength here. So I think that we've probably seen it come out, especially in the last few months, because you do have strong opinions on multiple sides of multiple issues that we have faced as a district. And while I think some people may have a tendency to want to avoid conflict, I do think that when it is worked through appropriately, it can actually be a really positive thing to where once you move through that and you recognize where everyone's passions are, you can move forward and be way better because of that. So I think we're in a unique position right now with the transitions we have here in the district, with potential changes on the board, with changes in our community and growth and development here. I think the opportunities for us are great. And I think as long as we're willing to answer the hard questions and have open conversation and really work through those things, I believe that on the back end of all of that, the district is going to be in a better place because of all of it. And so I personally, that excites me. I view that as an opportunity. That doesn't scare me. So I would say, for me, that's a plus to our district. I think there's a lot of potential, a lot of growth, a lot of exciting things. And there are a lot of people that care a great deal about all of those things. And I think that that is a strength to us. You'll find the North Platte community is just very passionate in general about the community here. And so it's natural that that would be the same in our school district.
Right. So when you guys were developing the strategic plan, what was your role in the strategic plan development?
So on the team that developed the strategic plan, there were two of us board members. So myself and Joanne were on that strategic plan team. That team actually met here in this room for several hours at a time, a couple of different days to develop just the language in the mission statement and then kind of where we go from there to develop the parameters. And so this room was full of, there were administrators, including building principals, directors. There were teachers in the room. There were a couple of community members. I think we hoped for a little more community involvement, but it was kind of hard to get commitment from them. But it was a lot of different voices. And then once that initial draft of the plan was put together, then there were teams within the district that basically helped to implement the specifics of what does that actually look like in order to reach this goal? What are our steps to get there? And so it's kind of had that trickle down effect. And then once all of that was created, then that was brought back to the board for final approval.
How long did that take?
Ooh. Do you remember from start to finish? I mean, it was over definitely months.
Most of the school year, probably.
Well, the meetings here started in the summertime. And I'm trying to remember when we officially adopted that. I honestly don't know.
I don't know that it took a whole year,
No,
but,
it was over several months.
but it
for
was
sure.
over several months, yeah. And just because we had to develop the bigger pieces of it and then go back and have other people develop the smaller pieces. And so, yeah, that's.
Nice. So if I were selected, what would be two or three criterias that you would look at on whether or not I'm being successful? How would you know, or how would you feel if I was being successful as your superintendent?
I think the whole communication that you had talked about, like where we're all hearing the same things, that's very big.
Okay.
Positivity and morale, I guess that goes to communication too, that everybody understands that we're all here for the same reason. Let's work in that direction, but a positive spin would be welcomed.
And I think just helping us rebuild trust, because the things that have happened, especially over the last couple of months, there's a lot of distrust in the community, in our school district. We've had trust issues on the board for a little while, so, you know, just being able to improve some of those relationships, that would be fabulous.
And I would hope that in a year from now we would be further along in the strategic plan.
Right.
I think that would be a measurable way to know if we're being successful, but I would echo what was shared. I think, you know, if the entire board really felt like transparent and open communication was a focus, I think that that would be a huge marker of success. And obviously the data supporting that, but really that just that trust and rebuilding that trust and communication, I think with the board, among the board, with the staff, in the community, all of that is really would be success for us.
Nice. That's all I have.
Right.
Great, thank
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time.
You bet.
Fran.
Yes, that'd be funny.
Okay.
Cindy.
Hello, I know your husband. I've known him since high school.
You
Nice
do.
to follow
He's
you.
like, uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
That's
I definitely.
Nice to meet you. Hi, nice to meet you as well.
Miss you.
Nice to meet you. Nick.
Yeah,
Not today.
That's the. Oh.
He was at Kearney State back when I was coming out of high school.
Oh, okay.
Basketball.
Very good.
Tell Kevin hi.
I will do that.
We claim the Kevin State one. I say we claim the Kearney State Kevin.
All right. Well, we've got a list of questions that you've also got there in front of you, and we are going to rotate who asks you your questions
Okay.
so that you hear a little bit from each of us. So I would like to have you start off by just telling us a little bit about yourself, if you will.
Okay. Well, personally, Sherry and I have been married, my wife Sherry, and we've been married for over 40 years. We have 3 children, Bodie, Paxton, and Allie. They're all adults now. Bodie is married to Cassie, and they live in Florida. They have 3 children. And Paxton is married to Avery, and they live in Scottsbluff, and they have 1 child. And Allie, our youngest, is expecting. So we have 4.5 grandkids. Sherry and I are career educators. We have been in the business for a long time. We love to hike. I still play a lot of golf. We vacation a few times a year. So we're lead a pretty active lifestyle. Sherry and I do. She was well, I'll get into that. So professionally, you have my resume. I will just kind of add to it, kind of fill in the gaps a little bit. I'll start down. We went to college down at University of Texas at Arlington. The reason we were down there is I played golf in college. And after my eligibility was up, I wasn't done with school yet, but I was pretty sure I wanted to be a golf professional. So I went into the golf business, and I was a assistant golf pro at a couple different clubs down there. And then I played in tournaments and did that for a couple of years while Sherry was finishing school. And then we had the opportunity to move back to Scottsbluff. The Scottsbluff Country Club assistant golf professional job was open, and Sherry was ready to teach. And Gearing Sherry's from Gearing, I'm from Scottsbluff, so we grew up rivals, but we met in early high school. She became a first grade teacher. So that winter, though, after the golf season was over, my dad was the head boys basketball coach at Scottsbluff, and so I was his assistant. I enjoyed that, and it was at that time that I decided, no, I want to teach and coach. So I want to get into education. I had a connect at Shatter State College, the men's basketball coach, Bob Wood. So I ended up being the assistant basketball coach at Shatter State. While I finished school, I still needed to do my student teaching, and then I started my grad program after that, while I was the assistant basketball coach at Shatter State. After that, we went to Baird, small school, if you know where that is. So I was there for 3 years teaching and coaching. From there, we went to Gearing, and I was teaching and coaching there too, always 3 sports. Sherry transitioned to elementary principal at that time, and we kind of thought we would just stay there. And I was working on my master's, about done with it. Our oldest son, the one that lives in Florida, he had just graduated. So it was the timing was kind of right to leave, but there really wasn't anything like coming our way. And when you're 2, you always have to find jobs for both. So pure, just kind of happenstance that I was coaching the boys basketball team in Gearing, and one of the basketball officials was on the Sydney school board. And in between games, we were talking, and he looked at me and he just said, "Hey, would you like to be the high school principal in Sydney?" And I said, "I don't know. Well, I don't know, maybe." And so then we talked about it a little bit, and then I said, "I don't think so. Sherry's an elementary principal now. She's not going to want to transition." And he said, Well, guess what? We have an elementary principal job open as well. And so we talked about it. We said no to them a couple times, but they stayed persistent and kind of even the board was emailing me, trying to get us to apply. So we finally did, and we went and interviewed, and then we became an elementary principal, and I was the high school principal at Sydney. And then I was the high school principal for 6 years. And after 6 years, Dr. Hawkinson moved to Lexington as superintendent. And there was just kind of a series of events. The school board interviewed a few candidates and just really wasn't too satisfied. And the next thing you know, they were calling me on the weekend and saying, "Hey, would you like to be our superintendent?" And so I was not quite done with my degree, but I was close enough that I could get my provisional. I think I had 4 classes to go maybe. And so I said, well, I don't know. At that time, I was the high school principal, the boys basketball coach, and the golf coach. And so it was crazy. And then we had, our son was at Gonzaga. Well, he had probably graduated by then. He played golf at Gonzaga, our oldest. And then we had the 2 that were in late grade school and middle school. So life was crazy, and we were both principals, and but we enjoyed it. And so I became the superintendent of schools at Sydney, and I was there for 11 years, 11 great years. I could sit down with every single board member that I worked with over that time. There was probably 25 to 30 of them, because we had Cabela's and all that stuff going on too, that I'll probably touch on later. But I'm very confident that I could sit down with every single board member and every administrator that I worked with, and chat or have dinner or drink a beer or whatever it is. So the reason we retired, I always thought I would work till 65. But the reason we retired, my dad had late stage Parkinson's, and we just kind of had an opportunity back in Scottsbluff, non-education related. And so Sherry and I, we both qualified for the rule of 85. So we went ahead and took it with the idea that we would jump back in when the right job came open. There's been a few jobs. We've kind of kept our eyes open in Arizona, Colorado, Wyoming, and of course, Nebraska. And Nebraska is where we want to be. But there's been a few jobs that we've looked at. Sherry Becker, as you know, each year we touch base, and there's been some smaller school jobs, and they just weren't really the right fit for me. And so my dad passed away last July, and I want to be back in education. I love being a leader. So I'm telling you about myself. What I found out through all my coaching and teaching was that at the end of the day, what I always thought it was the thrill of the game, which is why I wanted to coach. But then at the end of the day, what I found out is that I like leadership positions. I kind of got tossed in a little bit, but then I found out that was what I really liked. And so the best job I ever had was being a school superintendent. I loved it. And so when Sherry mentioned North Platte, I thought, well, go ahead and give them my name, and we'll see if it's the right fit.
What strengths will you bring to our school district in this position?
Well, I'm an extremely competitive person. And so I want the best for whatever team I'm working for. I am I'm competitive. I like being part of a team. I'm not afraid of challenges. We had the Cabela's challenge, so I can handle finance through those things, even though I would not call myself a finance expert by any means. I can make good decisions. I'm a good decision maker. I'm a really systematic person, and I don't even know if I could really define systematic for you, but what I would say is, as a systematic person, I kind of develop routines and to-do lists on how I get things done, which makes me efficient. So I would call that a strength. I like being part of a team. So I'm a team guy. I'm somebody that will always pick up the trash. And what I mean by that is I'll do whatever it takes. That was something my dad said to me way back when I started, when I was in teaching. He had a whole story behind it, but I'll just give you the short part. When you're walking down the hall, if there's a piece of trash laying on the floor, are you going to stop and pick it up, or are you going to walk on by and say that's the custodian's job? And that has always stuck with me. And what he meant by that is, not necessarily just the trash, but will you do whatever it takes to get the job done right? Whether you're teacher or whatever. I'm a we guy, not an I guy. I like being part of a team. You will never hear me say in public, that's one of my board members. That's one of my teachers. That's one of my principals. That's my head coach. You will always hear me say that's one of our board members. That's one of our teachers, one of our principals. And that's just something that stuck with me. And even in Sydney. So I consider that a strength as well.
How would you collaboratively work with the board to facilitate English productive discussion on issues?
Well, first off, be well informed myself so that when I'm having those conversations with you, I don't want to just be throwing darts. I want to be making sure that that I have a good understanding of what is going on. And then it's my job to build your capacity. You as a board, you are the biggest advocates for North Platte Public Schools, along with myself as the superintendent and probably the leadership team. If you all can't be out there saying good things, then that's a challenge that we're going to face. So so as far as working collaboratively with you, always having an open door, listening to what you have to say to me, but at the same time, trying to build your capacity so that you're never blindsided out there, and also so that you can be advocates for the school district because you know what's the good stuff that's going on. I'm out visiting a lot. You won't find me behind my desk all the time. And part of that is simply because when we have, say, a concern that comes in from a parent that maybe isn't satisfied with the elementary principal's answer, or and it basically rolls up to me as the superintendent, I want to be able to say, look, I'm out in those buildings all the time. And 95% of the people, 95% of the time, are doing great things. And so trust your schools. They are doing great things for the kids. Now, I wouldn't just like get it, throw it back in their face or anything like that. But I would also say, now I hear you, and I'm going to have a conversation with the people that you're bringing this up. But I just want you to know that 95% of what's happening out there is good stuff. And so I would want the board to know that as well. So I guess as far as working collaboratively and having productive discussion, I would want to be able to have those open conversations back and forth where I know what you're thinking as well.
What methods of communication will you use to keep the board informed?
Well, as far as just the basic communication, of course, email, text, phone calls, open door policy, of course, all of those could be utilized. I think probably more importantly would just be the form of communication. Again, I want to make sure that you feel good about what's going on at North Platte Public Schools so that you can be out there advocating for it. I want to make sure you're prepared for school board meetings. If there is anything that could be a surprise, better for us to communicate, I'm going to say behind the scenes a little bit, just so that you feel comfortable as you go into the board meeting. And then maybe sometimes at an open meeting like that, we don't have to bring up something that's controversial or that you don't understand. Maybe you have some clarification before the meeting even starts. So I think that's important. Again, I would never want you blindsided. And the last thing that comes to mind is that you need to know about the big things. If I'm having to call the school attorney for something that went down, you should know about that. Doesn't mean that you need to do anything about it. In fact, in most cases, you will not. But you also, when you're out there, and I just wouldn't want you surprised by it. We have some big thing going on, and I haven't communicated that to you. That can put you in a bad spot, which then can lead to negative image of what's going on in North Platte Public Schools.
All right. Describe for us, if you will, a time when you had to communicate an unpopular decision to staff and stakeholders and what the outcome was.
There's always unpopular decisions that happen all the time. They're at different levels. So as far as how to communicate those when they come down the pike, whether it's coming from the state level, whether it's something that I know needs to change, whatever that is, the best thing is to communicate it well, be transparent, make sure I'm well informed before I start to communicate that. People trust or people will accept unpopular decisions from people that they like, if it's something that they like, and if it's something that they trust. So if we're talking about North Platte Public Schools, we want to be great every day, all the time, over and over and over again, because then when those maybe unpopular decisions happen, it's a little more palatable for them to say, okay, all right, I don't like it, but I like what's mostly going on in the school district. So let's, so I can maybe, as far as personal challenge, well, when Cabela's left, that was a big deal. And I'll probably, if you have a finance question, I'll probably talk about this a little bit then. But when Cabela's sold to Bass Pro, that was a fourth of our town worked at the corporate office there. So for a town of 6,500-ish people, that changed things a lot. And I won't go too deep into the weeds right now with the finance part, but that became a challenge because we lost about 12% of our students, and house valuations went way down. So when the students left, that meant state aid went down. And when the house valuations went down, our property tax monies was not the greatest. And so it took us a few years, and it was a lot of phone calls to finance people that know more than me on how to handle it all. And it took a few years, and we got back to, we normalized, and we're in a good place. So as far as the outcome, we did end up in a good place. Sydney's demographics changed a bit, but we did end up in a good place where we still had great leadership and a lot of really good principals out there doing good things still.
Okay, how do you hold building administrators accountable to establish goals, report progress, and ultimately meet goals?
So, do any of you know John Gordon? He wrote The Energy Bus and Positive Dog. And one summer, our administrative team, we did The Power of Positive Leadership just as a book study, just to, beef up our leadership as our own professional development. And what I would say is, what I found out about that is that's pretty much how I lead. He has what he calls the big five. And the big five are: communicate and be visible, be optimistic, build relationships, share the vision, and then goal consensus. So I thought of that for this answer because we're talking about ultimately meeting goals. So when we have goals, I'm somebody that's going to be constantly communicating with the building administrators about what the vision is. What are those goals? So you have your strategic plan, then you have board goals, you have continuous improvement process, you have administrative action steps, teacher goals. So having those streamlined a bit is smart, because then we're not going 7 different directions with these goals and those goals and these action steps and those action steps. And we're basically working smarter, not harder, on the same, we're all on the same boat, row in the same direction. In Sydney, one of the things we did, when we redid our strategic plan, is that the board wanted their goals to be their 2 or 3 goals a year. Usually it was between 2 and 4 goals a year. They wanted them to be definitely in line with the processes we already had going, so that our administrative team could then, feel good that they then could take their own building level goals and continue the process on down the line, even to the point where then teachers their goals would line up, or they might say, all right, for your 2 goals this year, as part of their evaluation process, is for your 2 goals this year, we want one of them to definitely be an SLO goal that basically matches up with, say, school board goals and the strategic plan. And they might give them a little bit of flexibility in their other goal to come up with something a little more creative in their own mind. So hopefully I answered that. I'm a super goal oriented person. I'm very competitive. And so I like goals. And I also like trying to meet those goals. So whatever goals we have and whatever our vision is, you can know that I would be out there communicating it regularly, to the public, to the administrative team. I'll talk about it with you all as a group, individually, however you want to do it. That's just kind of the way I operate. So I like goals and trying to meet those goals.
Thank you. Would you describe how the superintendent can improve district morale?
Well, I'm going to start off with the big 5 again, by communicating and being visible. If I'm somebody that just hides behind my desk, then that's not going to work. I want to know the good things that are going on in all of the buildings. So they know that I'm still an instructional leader. I'm not just a manager, that I care about what's going on. Ultimately, what are we doing? We're trying to build the best situation for kids to learn. We want the kids to learn, and we want the kids to leave us as confident and powerful learners, because they're going to go into whether it's college or the workforce or whatever it is, they're going to still have to learn the new job. And so, what they may have learned in Algebra 2, in most cases, is not something that they're probably going to do in their jobs later on. But if they are confident and they are powerful learners, then they can learn whatever that job is. So as far as just district morale, I'm an encouraging person. I like being part of a team. I like communicating the good things. Like I said, whether that, regardless of who that is. I will say this. I mentioned earlier that I visited all the classrooms in Sydney, and I visited them. I kept track. Every building I would go to, and then I would keep track. And I visited them all, every classroom, more than 10 times a year. Now, North Platte's 3 times the size of Sydney, so that's not going to happen. I get that. But do know that I will be in the buildings all the time. And one of the things that was part of the reason I did that, let me back up. Part of the reason I did that was because when the school board asked me to be the superintendent, I thought back to myself, now, what were some of the negative things that the teachers mainly would would say about the superintendent. And it was always that they're sitting over there counting money. We never see them. And so I thought, well, I don't want to do that. You know, I love instruction and I still want to be an instructional leader. So going out and visiting that's the reason that I decided, okay, I'm going to have this very systematic approach to going and visiting these schools. What was a little nice side thing that happened that I didn't really expect is I got a lot of street credit for that because the teachers appreciated that I would come into their classroom and come see them. And so I didn't really think about that. I wasn't trying to achieve that. It just kind of happened. And so what ultimately happened is I'm a very value-based kind of leader. I value the custodian, the teacher, the support staff, the principals, the board, everybody. We're all on the same team. Let's get it done right. And everybody is playing their part. So I think that's how you improve district morale. You make sure people know that they're valued. Again, communicate and be visible, be optimistic about what's going on at North Platte Public Schools. So they know I'm happy about it. And just like the board needing to be good advocates for the district, that's extremely important. And that'll improve morale in itself.
Tell us about the process you use in dealing with difficult and divisive issues, and please give us an example.
I'm going to repeat a bit, but dealing with difficult and divisive issues, being well informed is the first thing that has to happen. You know, I can't go out there and start saying, well, this is how we're going to handle it if I'm not well informed to start with. So being well informed about those difficult or divisive issues before I start to talk. So learn before I start to decide how we're going to solve the problem. They do happen though. They do happen. There are difficult issues. I'm going to go back again to say, if we're good every day at what we do, those difficult and divisive issues are a little more palatable for whoever, you know, whether it's a parent or a board member or a staff member. If they know we're representing good things every day, starting with teaching and learning, what are we doing inside the classrooms and outside the classrooms to provide good opportunities for kids? If we're doing all those things, then those difficult issues are a little easier to deal with. As far as giving an example, I've only had to, as far as an administrator, I only had to non-renew one principal in my 11 years. And it was honestly, it was a situation where the principal was not following policy. We had talked about it and it ended up being something very simple, which was they weren't doing their teacher evaluations the way they were supposed to be doing them. And that's something that is, according to policy, they're evaluated every year, twice if they're not tenured. So it was a pretty simple situation. That's the example that I can think of right off the cuff, that I can handle difficult situations. As a leader, you're going to have to deal with those things sometimes. It's not all butterflies and roses every day. We want it to be, but it's not. You have to deal with tough situations when they come in. And usually if you're doing the next right thing, I kind of try to live my life doing the next right thing, whether it's in my faith, my family, my marriage, my work. I try to do the next right thing every day. And I think people know that about me. So if you ask people that I've worked with in the past, I think if you do the next right thing over and over again, and that's what you stand for, then some of those difficult issues aren't quite as tough.
Would you please describe your process or procedures for carrying out policy?
Well, policy is policy. And so, that is somewhat our, other than, of course, things like the strategic plan and goals that we set. The policies are there for a reason. They're the things that, I don't know if govern us is the right word, but most of that has all happened through time. The people writing our policies are the school attorneys. They're the ones that are doing the policies for us. I don't know who North Platte uses as their school attorneys, but I had a close relationship with Karen Haase and Bobby Truey. And, so when new policies happen, so as far as my process, if I don't understand it, I'm going to call the person that wrote it. And so that's our school attorney usually. Or I might be able to just call another superintendent and have who I have a good relationship with just to talk about it and how we think that's going to play out. Carrying out policy, I mean, it is what it is. You have to, the policies are there for a reason, and so you have to execute. As far as carrying them out, or I mean, as far as process or procedures, I mean, walk the walk every day. Make sure that your leadership team is well informed of what those policies might be and what, so that they basically execute it at their level.
Part of this, I believe you already answered, and what will you do to create and maintain a high profile in our schools and community?
Okay. Well, in the schools, yes, I did answer that pretty much. I'm not somebody that's going to hide behind the desk. I will be out in the buildings, working with the school leadership, watching teachers teach, watching students learn. So I won't continue to repeat that part. As far as the community, as much as I would love to just go to school and be with all my fellow educators and handle my job that way, a school superintendent is a community leadership position. I mean, I served on multiple interview committees, the new CEO at the hospital, city manager a couple times, the new golf professional, the police chief. Those were interview committees that I was asked to sit in on. And so they look at you. I'm just bringing that up because they're looking at you as somebody that would have have a good opinion about leadership and who we should hire next. So that's just an example, but being visible in the community is important as well. That could be at a musical or ball games, all of those kind of things, so that the community knows you're not hiding somewhere as well.
How do you manage change and successfully lead all stakeholders through the process?
Communication and transparency is where I would start with that. And I will go back again to making sure that I'm well informed before I start to lead the stakeholders through the process. So for example, if the change is coming from the state level and it's something that we can't avoid, it's coming our way, whether that's financial or legislative decision, whatever it is, we're going to have to, it's not something we can just avoid. So as far as managing that change, and leading them successfully through it, it's about communication, transparency, maybe a heads up, hey, this is being talked about at the legislative level. We better be ready for this. There's a few finance things going on right now. I'm a bit rusty right now because I have had a couple of years off, but so I haven't been watching every day to see the different things that are going on like I used to. But it's just being well informed and on what's going on, then can kind of give people the heads up, like letting your principals know, letting the school board know, this may be coming down the pike. We need to prepare for this. And then after that, just making sure that follow through is good. Making sure that whatever it is, handle it and make sure you follow through and hold others accountable if that's the case. Yeah, build the board's capacity so that you all, if you get talked to out at, or email or whatever, you have at least a good base knowledge of what that change might be.
Please give us an example of how you established a cooperative working relationship with a difficult group.
I would say that this is actually a strength of mine, to be able to get along with all people. I'm a team person, and so, getting along and seeing the good in people is something that I do. If it's a difficult group that we're trying to deal with, then I want to make sure that I can give them honest opinions of where I'm coming from. So again, this is why I go out and watch the teachers teach and talk to the principals, because I want to be able to say to them, look, 95% of what's going on in the school is good stuff. I go out there all the time. I'm there in all the buildings. So you want to be able to push the positive stuff towards them, even if they are being a difficult group. They may have a reason that's probably strong in their own minds as to why they're being difficult. And I would say to that, I would always lend an ear. I would always discuss it with people that might be more informed than me on whatever's being difficult. But I think for the most part, just being honest, not being afraid to deal with it, making sure that I'm prepared before I go talk to that difficult group. I don't want to go in there and have them, the thing about sometimes when you deal with parents or a difficult group, they've been rehearsing it in their mind over and over again, what they want to complain about, and how, and they've all been in school. So they, think they're experts at school, and they've prepared in their mind. So then when you're on the phone with them and they start just, raising their voice and talking, and it's almost difficult to sometimes rationalize with them. But sometimes just making them wait just a little bit longer, making sure that I'm prepared. If they're not happy with something, if they're a group that's or single person that's not happy with what's going on in one of the buildings, I want to make sure that I have those conversations behind, talk to the principal. Okay, I'm getting a phone call from this group of people. What's this all about? Let's talk about this. Make sure I'm informed before I try to address it.
Okay, would you describe your experience and background related to school finance and the budget process?
Sure. So my experience is that I was the superintendent of schools in Sydney for 11 years. And so a 20-some $1 million budget was something that I was overseeing along with the school board. So that's my general experience. I've dealt with QC Puffs, QZABs, school bonds. We built a new high school during my time there. We failed at an elementary school when we were there. So I have a pretty good idea of those things. Building relationships with the state people. When I can deal with challenge, obviously, I mentioned earlier when Cabela's left, that changed our financial situation greatly in Sydney. Bryce Wilson, who's the head of finance at the Nebraska Department of Education, he and I became great friends because I was calling him all the time. And he even said, when I first described what was happening, he said, I think it's pretty safe to say that there may not be another school in Nebraska that has ever dealt with anything like this, because we're a small enough town with a big enough company that it's just going to kind of change things. So we had to, so I can deal with challenge. We tightened our belts. We did not have to do a reduction in force, but we did absorb some positions. No matter how you shake it out, and I'm sure you all know this already, but 80%, roughly 80% of your budget is payroll. That's in every school district across the state. That's just how it is. I mean, there might be a few outliers there, but it's just the way it is. In Sydney, we ranged between 79.5 and 80.7, all 11 years was payroll. And so we were able to absorb some positions, you know, as we lost 12% of our students. And luckily we were able to, because we had done well with our financial decisions prior to that, we could take a little bit of loss the next couple of years in order, until we kind of got caught up. And then eventually the way the state aid system works, and the financial system works in Nebraska, with state aid being one component and property taxes being the other, kind of balances eventually. And so we just had to handle it for a few years. So yeah, so I would not call myself a master finance person. I'm not at all, but I am very capable of making good decisions, so that fiscally we are responsible as a group here.
And I apologize, I'm gonna have to walk out on you. It's
I
not,
understand.
not personal.
I understand. Sherry told me. Yeah, it was nice to meet you, Mitch.
Nice to meet you as well.
Okay, it's me, right? How will you work with the board and staff to prepare for reduced funding?
Making sure that I'm well informed beforehand, so that I'm sending out the right message. I've said that earlier, but most of the time when it's reduced funding, it's for a reason. It's coming, you know, from the state level, whether it's a change in state aid formula or a change in our valuations here in the North Platte School District. So we're going to have some heads up. So as far as preparing them for reduced funding is making sure they have the heads up, so the staff understands that, okay, we are going to need to save X amount of dollars this year. And some of that is going to affect staffing. And so we may have to make a difficult decision, like we talked about earlier. But for the most part, just making sure that I'm well informed, communicating the right stuff to all of the school board, obviously, but the administrative leadership team. So the more people you have communicating what's going to happen, then, you know, it's kind of strength by numbers sort of thing. So making sure that I'm well informed, and then just being transparent and not trying to hide anything. And, you know, again, people, you know, if we do the right things at North Platte Public Schools, and we're taking care of our facilities, and we're being good stewards of our money day in and day out, or month after month, then more likely they're going to understand that there's going to be some challenges occasionally, and reduced funding does happen. I mean, it happens all the time. It kind of ebbs and flows. So.
How will you help us continue moving forward with our current strategic plan?
Well, I'm going to go back to, this is one of my strengths. I love goals. I love vision. I honestly, when after I talked with Sherry about whether or not to put my name in for this position, I thought about it a little bit, and I was kind of like, you know, an interim, I don't know if that fits my personality necessarily, because I am somebody that's so goal driven and so much I want to get better the next day, the next week, the next month, the next year. I want to, that's just kind of how I am. I'm a competitive person, always wanting to get better, not only myself, but the whole team. So, at the end of the day with that, I just decided, you know what, the job's the job. You do the job and regardless of whether you're there the next year or not, it's your job. You're ultimately doing it because we want the school district to be some place that parents want to send their kids. And so as far as specifically to the strategic plan, I took a quick glance at your strategic plan. I like that it aligns with AQuest. And so again, when we talk about being streamlined and working smarter, not always harder, it's good that because AQuest is something that we have to pay attention to as school districts or school administrators. So I like that your strategic plan does align. I haven't looked at it real thoroughly, but I looked through the first few pages and saw that it aligns with AQuest. So that's a good thing. As far as continuing to move forward, I'll go back to the big five. Sharing the vision is the number 4, and then goal consensus is number 5. And so constantly talking the talk, talking about our strategic plan. I know for a fact there are school districts that, they spend the time to build this strategic plan and then it kind of sits on a shelf. And that's not my personality. That I want to make sure that we're talking the talk all the time. There was one other thing I wanted to say and then I've lost. I just want to make sure that we're not just talking the talk, we're also walking the walk. And when we talk about continuing with the vision, that is the same thing as we want to continue with our strategic plan. It was the goal consensus was what I was going to say. The number 5 on the big 5. And it's just, here's the deal. The type of personality I am, or the type of person, if we in this room, if we come up with a goal and maybe I only agree with 80% of it, when I'm selling it to our school people and to the community, they will believe I'm 100% behind it, because that's the only way to get it done right. You can't be out there as board members out in the public saying things like, well, we voted on this, but I wasn't really for it. That's not gonna, I mean, you can say, we had a lot of discussion about it. You can say those kind of things. And occasionally, yes, you don't agree on everything. So there's times where you have, votes that are 4-2, and that's public knowledge, and that's fine. But when you're out there talking about the good stuff that we're doing at North Platte Public Schools, you need to sell it. There needs to be a consensus.
All right, that was the last of our questions for you, but we would like to open it up if you have any questions for us.
Okay, just a few immediate challenges that maybe need to be addressed. If I was to walk into this position this summer, is there anything just right off the cuff, policy wise or staffing wise, those kind of things that need to be addressed immediately?
One thing that we have started is our committee of a whole meetings. So we're having our meeting all in public instead of 2 separate subcommittee meetings. So you're seeing us discuss more, not agree on everything, because we're bouncing different questions.
Okay.
And I think right now that is causing some mistrust with the community, because they're not used to that. A few years ago, everything was all the same. Everybody voted the same. And now they're seeing people have questions. And
Okay.
right now, so I guess that would be with trust. That's everywhere with everything that's been happening with our people leaving the district. We want to just make sure that the teachers, the admin, other board members, that we all realize that we're all on the same page. Even if I'm questioning you, I'm not really questioning you. I want to know the reason behind what you're thinking and how you're thinking, so that I can explain it to my constituents. But some people take that as not agreeing, not just
Mhm.
questioning for information.
We're also looking at a $2 million shortfall from the state. And so that's going to be a big issue that we're going to have to address. We don't have a lot in our reserves. And yeah, so budget wise, there's going to be some challenges that we're
Sure.
going to have to discuss.
Okay. Thank you.
On a positive of some things you're walking into that are big things, but positive things. We have done a really nice job of reviewing our policies. So like policy wise, we actually have a pretty solid policy set right now that has been thoroughly reviewed a
Mhm.
couple of different times. And we've kind of found some things that weren't actually aligning to what we were doing and all of that. So
That
there's
always
actually,
happens over time. It
yes.
does, yeah.
yeah, so there's a great foundation there, and our strategic plan is really, I think, a phenomenal plan
Mhm.
that I think we have a lot of buy-in at all levels. And then community-wise, there is, I mean, I think there's a lot of potential for growth. I'm sure you've maybe noticed, hopefully you noticed, there's North Platte has changed a lot. And so there is a lot of wait and see. We don't really know how that impacts us.
Sure. Things like sustainable beef and
Yes.
those kind of things.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a number of those projects that are happening. So there are a lot of big things that are happening right now. Not all of them are bad. Some of them are really great things. But I would say there is a lot of opportunity there, especially for someone who's goal driven and strategy driven.
Sure.
Yeah. Anything?
What's the community most proud of with the school? But was there anything in particular out there that they just, whether that be
We have
in learning?
the best administration and teachers out there. I mean, if you look, our test scores have gone up in the last year, and our teachers are phenomenal.
That's where it starts. They're the ones in the trenches every day,
That's right.
which is another reason why I like to go visit, because I want to be able to actually put my eyes on what great things are going on in the classroom. And that's amazing. So that's great. I know that this is an interim position. I told you earlier, I had to think about, how I would approach it. I don't think that I would necessarily approach it like an interim. I think I would just approach it like the job is the job, and the day-to-day needs to get done. The last thing I would ever want to have happen is, whether it be you or the other administrative leaders, I would not want to be a burden in any way, because of me not holding up my end on the day-to-day stuff. So I guess, with that said, do you have any different expectations, given that this is at least currently an interim position?
No, but I love that you said that, because we don't want somebody to come in and just be a placeholder. We don't need a seat warmer. So we need somebody who's going to come in and keep the culture,
Mhm.
make the
I
morale
agree
better.
with that. Yes, I do.
Okay. How have negotiations gone the last few years? Have they gone smoothly, or is there some challenge, or how does it go?
Like teacher negotiations?
Yeah, teacher negotiations.
I think that's gone really smooth the last couple of years.
We settled, we did meet several times with our teachers association this year. And as I'm sure many districts in the state are aware of, our health insurance costs have increased so astronomically that it kind of tied our hands a little bit on what we felt like we could do. But I do think we reached a good place of consensus with our teachers, as far as there were some other things that weren't specifically compensation related that we
Right.
were able to improve in that process. Our increase on our base pay, we landed at a 1.89% for our teachers, and we're positioned very strongly in our array, even
Okay.
at that.
Mhm.
We do, one interesting thing about North Platte is we do actually have a paras association as well. So we have a bargaining group with our paras, and we're actually in the middle of meeting with them right now.
Okay.
And I have no reason to believe that that will go any differently, as far as being able to reach a great place of there are concerns that are not directly money related, but are just culture related. And I think it's been a really good opportunity for both parties to be in the room
Good.
and improve things. So, yeah.
The software is such nowadays that, I had a good relationship with both the teachers and the board. So, of course you work with the board during those situations more because you want to make sure you're well informed before you go in. But the teachers would ask me questions as well. And this, with the financial part of it, you're just plugging in things like you talked about insurance. You almost just plug it in, and I would go to the board negotiations committee and just say, this is what we can afford. And here, and if you go above that, then, we might have to think about cutting somewhere else, because it's not, my wife Sherry doesn't like it when I call it one pot of money, because you do, there's various things that it's used for and allocated for, but it kind of is still one pot of money. At the end of the day, you only have so much. And so, I would even have open conversations with the teachers when they came in and asked, and they would say, what do you think? And I said, well, this is what we're going to have this year. And so that represents a 2% raise or whatever it is. And that's where we're going to be. And because 80% is payroll, if you start to go way above that, if we start paying teachers 4% when we can really only afford 2%, that might mean, well, if we can, if we have a situation where maybe there's a smaller class size of third graders or whatever it is, maybe we can eliminate one teacher to make up for some of that, shortfall. But, those are all things that you deal with. But, and then I like what you said, what our teachers in Sydney started to get pretty savvy about was, okay, he already knows how much they can give us, really, because that it is what it is. So they got pretty savvy about looking for other things, like, well, just whatever it is, but an extra PTO day after you've been there 10 years, or just those kind of things started to get negotiated more than before. I don't think I have any more questions. I would, just as a final, 20 years ago, the last time I did an interview, by the way, I have not done an interview. So this is more talk than I've done in a long time. The superintendent in Sydney hired me to be the high school principal, and his view was, he came and he talked to me after we had accepted the job, and he said, what I want is you to help us become a powerhouse. Inside the classrooms, outside the classrooms, everywhere, we want to be a powerhouse. And, you can kind of take that how you want. There's some things you can control and some things you can't. But that's kind of how I've always approached things, just so you know. I mean, I'm very competitive, goal-driven kind of person. I'd probably be arguing with Kevin on the basketball court or whatever. But that's kind of how I approach things. So, this is a little different, in that it's an interim, but at the same time, I just kind of go in to win. And that's what I would want for North Platte Public Schools, is to be winners. I mean, it sounds like you have some great things going on. I really didn't research very much into this. Obviously, if a superintendent's leaving in the middle of the year, there's, something went on. But I didn't really get too far into the weeds on that, because I wanted to come in with an open mind and thinking, well, I believe I am a good leader. I like to work with people. I can make good decisions. And so if that's makes me the right person, then great. And if not, that's okay too. Then hopefully they found the person they need. So I just wanted to say that's kind of how I approach everything, is to, try to win. And I mean that at all levels. In the classroom, we do want to do well on assessment scores. We want to do all of it well. So that's my, I guess, just final statement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We really appreciate.
Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it.
Well, now he is. Don't know when, but he's coming back.
He said he was gonna come back. He hoped to.
Well, it's no longer a hope. He's gonna be back. Might not be during the meeting, but.
We're ready to go live again.
Yep, we are. Okay, perfect. So we will now move on to our next agenda item, which is to discuss and consider results of interim superintendent interviews. So Sherry, do you have any direction for us?
Yes, so the interview team, the director administrator team is just finishing up with their final notes, and Ben will be bringing those into us here very shortly. All three candidates are done and have left the building, so they all had a great afternoon. They all thought it was a good school district, good tour, enjoyed meeting with everyone, are interested in the position. So we'll move forward. And so at this time, since I don't have that feedback, usually what we encourage is let's start just with the first person the board interviewed, which would be Dr. Moon. And you can share what your thoughts are as far as strengths, things that you think would be a good fit for the district. And even if there's anything that would be maybe considered a weakness, but not damaging a reputation, like, maybe you don't believe she'd be quite as strong as with this or that, you could say that in open session as well. And then we'll move on to the next one and the next one, and then we'll just read that feedback when it comes in.
Excellent. All right, thank you. And then, so if there are any things that would be on the negative side or damaging to someone's reputation in that regard,
Yep.
we'll
We'll
reserve
go into
those
closed
comments
session.
and we'll
Yep.
go into closed session.
Yep. So we'll wait until the
Sessions.
end
Perfect.
of our positive conversation for everybody, and then we'll go into an exec. Yep.
Okay, sounds good. So let's start with Dr. Virginia Moon. And I would love to hear from each of you what you felt some of the pros were that she would.
I think one of the big positives with Dr. Moon is her experience as an interim in not only small schools, but the biggest school in this state, OPS, and then Kearney, a like size, well, used to be like size, they're a lot bigger than we are now. But I think that experience as an interim is a positive for her.
One thing that I thought was a positive of Dr. Moon was what she said, the job of the superintendent was to mitigate conflict with the public and protect the board. What I took from that was, that she was going to be very transparent and help bring all of us together in the district, not only the board, like with board retreats, but the admin, teachers, community, all of it.
I really liked how she said that she's a face-to-face conversation person and that she likes to be open and frank, which I like that. She will keep us informed with phone calls, emails, text messages. I really like that about her.
Another area that I highlighted here was she supports building principles and that each building is different. That the way the buildings are made up is different. One elementary isn't like the other elementary. And you need to understand that as a superintendent. I thought that was very positive. As far as looking at a school and its entity as itself, not comparing it to another.
Yeah, I also marked on that one where instead of really talking about keeping them accountable and all that, she was like to support the principals. And that's exactly, I love that. Like, we have amazing administrators, so they all need support. Everyone needs support. And that was just a big word to me that I loved.
So a couple of things that I would point out. I really liked how she talked about being involved with Chamber, with Rotary Foundation. I liked how she mentioned in the community she's in that she has dinner with different groups of people, kind of not necessarily out of just because she has
Out of
to.
need.
Yeah, out of need, but still, I think it's really good that she's willing to put herself out there. And I like that she mentioned, I wrote down in one of the questions that she mentioned listening and gathering info, and that she tries to get all of the perspectives So she understands where people are coming from so that she can respond in an appropriate way and work out solutions. And so I really liked, I felt like communication was a real strength pretty much throughout the whole interview.
I appreciated just how direct her style of communication is for me personally. That's also kind of how I communicate, which I think probably means I value that in other people, but like not beating around the bush. So for instance, when we asked her about communication, like she was point blank, I'm not good at a Friday memo. That's not my style. And I just appreciated her saying that. I appreciated like when we asked her about policy, you know, like how do you implement policy? And she says, read it. Like I appreciated that. I appreciated her willingness to acknowledge that an interim is in a unique position of being able to do hard things, knowing they're not staying. I think the word she used was they can take the heat, which I think there's two philosophies of being an interim. There's a placeholder kind of interim, and there's somebody who's recognizes that it could be that type of situation. Not that I see a situation where she would need to take the heat, but I guess she just strikes me as somebody that has a backbone, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, the confidence level was big
Mhm.
with me as well. And I thought she was really honest in some of the answers. The example of the bus driver thing in OPS, you know, the idea that not really understanding until they had all those meetings of the difficulties that bus drivers had in certain instances. I thought was very honest to admit that. I thought that was really, really good.
Yeah, I liked, one of the things she said was, when under 11, when we said how to manage change and successfully lead all stakeholders through the process, she said constant communication and consistently rechecking, like the strategic plan, going back to it. And that's one thing that I know we've brought up in board meetings before, is we really want our agendas to reflect that strategic plan and what we're talking about, where it relates to that. So I wrote that.
Yeah, I also liked the part where she talked about tying the strategic plan into the board meetings. We've had that before, and it would be a nice thing to get back to. I also feel like she's well versed in the budget, especially where she's worked at a variety of schools and sizes. And I also liked that she said she's strategic. It was something that I found really interesting because, as you all know, we did the Gallup Strength Finder
Yeah.
with our board, and that was actually a strength that was missing from everyone, including our leadership at the time. So.
Are there any anything that we want to share that we have questions or concerns about with Dr. Moon? I had one question, and Sherry, you may actually know the answer to this question. My only question was on like her availability. Do you know if she's interested in a 5-day work week, or are there other arrangements
I
given the
believe all of them
distance?
would plan to,
Okay.
rent something. I know she mentioned that she looked at, furnished apartments and that there's some furnished housing available here. So, yeah, and that's something that you do more so on the negotiations part of it. If you
Okay.
decide to negotiate with one or the other, is to kind of talk about that. But as far as I know, yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
Also, I do have the feedback, if you want me just to read the strength part of the feedback for Dr. Moon now, since we're
that would be
talking
great.
about her.
That'd be
And
fine.
then, okay. And so these are the things that were listed by your interview team for Dr. Moon. Passionate, honest, direct, realist, gets the big picture, divided her transition into 3 sections. So she must have talked about transitioning. Experience in this and these situations. Humor. Wants the next superintendent to be successful. Will make hard decisions. Common sense. Regarding chain of command, when you bypass the chain of command, you hurt the person you bypassed. One-on-one conversations. Accountability. Keep the eye on the prize. Operations of budget. Kids first. Process driven. Policy driven. Enjoyable. We'll have hard conversations. Okay. And then if you're ready, you can go on and discuss then your next interview that was Mr. Grizzle and the strengths that he brought to the table. And then I'll read through these as well.
Okay.
Well, a few that I had that are really not too in-depth, but I love the little book. The fact that he has read into our strategic plan and knows it was very impressive. I love that he wore a blue and gold tie. He was very positive. I mean, it was just little things like that that made him stick out. He looked like he represented North Platte sitting there.
So I appreciated, I think it's easy to say we can all have hard conversations, but some people are actually really good at having direct, hard conversations. And I felt like he even showed us that during his interview, like he was willing to say your budget is volatile. And, for somebody to be very frank in an interview in a way that could offend some people, I think is remarkable because that tells me that we can have an open and honest back and forth conversation. You're not worried about offending me by saying that. I don't need to probably be worried about offending you if I were to say something in exchange because all of it is productive and moving towards a goal. So I just felt like that was like a little glimpse into seeing that strength in him. Like he seemed relaxed, but also very confident in engaging with the board. I thought his questions for us were very appropriate and agreed. I know he spent a great deal of time researching our district. And to me, that just shows that. So.
Yeah, I circled that actually, the idea of he had developed and looked into us in a lot of ways, and he was really honest saying that about, your budget issue. And he talked about his strength is budgeting. He really thinks that's one of his good strengths. And the other one, on the last question about the strategic plan, he says it fits my background and my philosophy. I thought that was a really, really good statement as well.
Yeah, well, that's true because somebody
Yeah.
could be a great superintendent,
Yeah.
but maybe their strengths don't align with the direction our district is going. So that is an important, yeah. That is good that it aligns with his philosophy.
I'm with Skip that I liked how his strength was in budgeting I mean, that's always a plus. I think if you have a superintendent that's part of his strength. I liked how he talked about being upfront with administrators, holding them accountable, and to be clear in what's important. I just thought he was very well prepared.
Is that?
Yeah, I was like, yeah.
Was on your share.
Um,
I'm looking.
Mitch, we are just sharing, so we've only done Dr. Moon. We've shared just from the board's perspective, what some of the pros were with her, and then we heard the administrative team, some of the keywords that they had written down. And we are on Stephen Grizzle right now. The board is just sharing some strengths and pros that we saw.
Things you liked about it.
So feel free to, whenever you're settled in, jump in whenever you're ready.
Another thing with Mr. Grizzle, I liked how, what he thought one of his strengths were, having a collaborative approach. He also understood and vocalized that, having two-way conversations, hearing all sides. So I liked that, you know, listens to others. It's not just, oh, well, this person told me something, I'm gonna go with it. Making connections. One thing I liked was, and he said it, so I wrote it down, no blindsiding the board. He'll always have the updates and the conversations with us.
And he also had several questions for us.
Yeah. That's nice.
So some of the things that I liked, again, was the conversation piece. Some of the things Angela just mentioned, I liked that he said that he will be as positive as he can. And he said, that he would be present, visiting classrooms, maybe even sitting down in the break room, having conversations with students and staff so that they know who he is in a positive way. I liked that he said that sometimes when having to have a difficult conversation, it's just because people feel unheard. And so he said he doesn't like to have difficult conversations, but he will face it. And anyway, but also saying that sometimes it's difficult because the people feel unheard. But he also talked about listening. And I liked a lot of the things that he said about policy too, especially where he talked about kind of his process of being able to take a policy change through the administration and also through the attorneys so that they have as clean of a draft as they can have before it comes to the board.
Yeah, and then to spin off of that, he also said how the policy drives the handbooks. And that's one thing that we've really been working on this last year. So I appreciated that he brought that out.
And he talked a lot about being visible in the community as well through radio, television, and talked about how the more the community can hear from the superintendent, then there's more clarity.
I liked when he talked about difficult or divisive issues, you know, talking about listen first and foremost. People, again, just want to be heard anytime they're upset. You got to listen to what they have to say. You don't have to agree, but you got to listen. Have the hard conversations, you know, and then identify the weaknesses and attack it with strategy. I thought that was great. And the idea of owning it, you know, sometimes it is what it is, and own it and help people understand the why of the decision. So. And to be part of the decision, I guess, as much as they can be. So.
Yeah, I think, yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, that was something that I really liked about him too, just because when we were setting goals for the superintendent, we had talked about potentially developing some community groups. And it sounds like he's had some experience with those types of things. And so that was something that I saw as a is a definite strength for him.
Do we have any questions or anything on before we move on to Mr. J. Ayler?
I'd just add on him when the reduced funding to focus on the strategic plan, you know, what's most essential, because that's what probably is going to have to be done is what must be. And then we can go from there. And he was right on that. So that's all.
Did we want to hear?
Yep,
the-
I was going to say, Emily, I'll read the,
We do.
yep, okay. So these are the strengths that were identified by the admin director team for Mr. Grizzle. Honest, relatable, easy to talk to, examples/experiences, budget background, collaborative, understanding of budget and supporting our strategic plan, researched NPPSD new facts, new as in KNEW, new facts, live here, go to activities, didn't feel like a stranger, set plan, positive intent, and then in parentheses it says assume. So positive intent, assume. Asked us great questions. Doesn't beat around the bush.
Actually, their comments made me think of one positive I didn't mention that I saw for him. He was of our candidates. He's the one that is currently working as a full-time superintendent. So when we talk about budget and those kinds of things, probably the most recent in-depth experience with budget, which I definitely view as a positive. Not that the others wouldn't be very qualified and capable of doing that, but I thought it was a strength of his for sure.
Dr. Moon is currently working too, is that right?
As an interim.
As an
yeah.
interim, but currently working.
Yes, yep. Okay. All right, we will move on to Mr. J. Ayler. All right, what are some pros and strengths that we see for him?
I love that he said the job is the job. He would be here to work and he's goal driven, competitive. He'll try to win. He is not going to be a seat warmer.
And he's not afraid of challenges. I like that he said. Talked about, you know, keep us informed, visit schools. He talked about the issues they had with Cabela's that was really very tragic for the Sydney public schools at the time, and he was superintendent, and I remember those and how they handled those. That was good.
I like how he wants to be well informed on everything and he has an open door policy. He's going to visit the schools. And he has no problem with visiting with parents for problems, and he has a positive attitude.
I like that he said policy is policy. He also has a relationship with Bobby already, which they all might, but he said it. He explained how policies were there for a reason, so I'm carrying them out. They are what they are. That he won't be hiding behind a desk. I like that he brought up musicals because everybody brings up ball games, so I was glad that he said that.
I like that he has a team mentality, kind of, and we're all in this together. And I think that was something that he even mentioned, that it was a we, not I. So and mentioned how when he talked, it's not my board member or my teacher, or it's our, and very
He actually, he
collaborative
actually
language.
said that numerous times throughout. It was we, us, not I, not me.
I like how he admitted that he's rusty, like on legislation and stuff right now, but that's stuff that he likes. And so if he was back into the school district, he would be well informed on it. I like that he mentioned, he would be giving us as a board a heads up on different, things, even the community, so that we're ready for things that have to change. He would be very good at communication and transparency.
I also liked what he said, that he wants the best for our students.
Mhm.
So
Anything else from board members? I had kind of the same notes, so I don't know that I have anything new to add to that list, but I would agree with what you all have shared. I honestly really appreciate when people are willing to recognize where their own weaknesses are. So his ability to say, yeah, I'm a little rusty in that right now, but I do think it's a strength of mine. I would be caught up to speed. I find that really respectable, honestly. Sherry, what the team has.
Okay. All right. So from the admin director team for Mr. Ayler, instructional leader, goals, goal driven, open/honest, get to know you as a person, wanted to answer, focus on how we are going to get better, the big five, coach knows how to build a team, resources, if he doesn't know it, then he knows someone, values people, open-minded, wants the board to advocate for us, proud, leave the district better, possibility to stay, example, Sydney going through it. That was everything for Mr. Ayler.
All right. Is there anything more the board wishes to discuss on any of these individuals?
I just thought they all three did a really good job. I was impressed with all three of them.
I,
Honestly, don't think there's a wrong choice. I can see great things from all three.
one of the strengths they mentioned for Mr. Ayler, it actually jogged my memory on something on Mr. Grizzle. That he talked about how one of the first things he would like to do is meet with each of the board members individually and get to know them and their perspectives on different things.
Okay. All right. Do you think we're probably ready to move into closed session then? Okay.
I move pursuant to section 84-1410 of the reissue of the revised statutes of 1992, known as the Nebraska Public Meetings Law, that the board hold a closed session with. Is Sherry gonna be in this session? Wish, and you're gonna be in this session.
If you would like me to be that,
Yes,
yes.
we would like her to.
What's her last
And
name?
her assistant.
Becker.
Well,
And I don't know about Ben, it's up to you guys. I mean, he was in with the admin director team, but if you would prefer not, then that's fine too.
Bring him, make him work too.
Just.
Darn right.
I can't read it, but I thought I remembered it.
Yes.
Okay, board hold a closed session with Sherry and Ben from NASB for the purpose of discussion of the following items: personnel matters and contract negotiations. I further move that this closed session is clearly necessary for the protection of the public interest and for the prevention of needless injury to the reputation of an individual, and that the strategy sessions with respect to real estate, litigation, and collective bargaining are specifically authorized by the Nebraska Public Meetings Law.
Second.
Sheila, roll call, please.
Aye.
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 I.
Aye.
Aye.
Welcome back.
Okay, so we'll let the record show we came out of closed session at 6:01. So now at this time, I would entertain a motion from a board member to take action to authorize me as board president to negotiate with candidate B.
Yeah. I make a motion to authorize Emily Garrick to go into negotiations with candidate B.
Second.
Okay.
I didn't know if that was the end of my sentence. I was
Okay.
looking to skip.
Sheila,
Thanks.
roll call, please.
Aye.
I.
Aye.
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 Okay. Let the record show that Angela confidently made that motion. Okay, and then we would now at this time, I would make a recommendation for a second motion to authorize board president to negotiate with candidate A if candidate
isn't
B
available.
isn't available.
I make a motion for Emily Garrick to go into negotiations with candidate A in case candidate B is unavailable.
Second. Very good.
Okay.
Excellent. We've been in a meeting way too long. Okay. Sheila, roll call, please.
Aye.
I.
Aye.
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 Okay, excellent. Now that that's taken care of, great work, team. We will now move on to having a strategy session so that we can discuss contract negotiations. So at this time, Cindy, would you please move us into closed session so we can discuss?
Sure. I move pursuant to section 84-1410 of the reissue of the revised statutes of 1992, known as the Nebraska Public Meetings Law, that the board hold a closed session with,
You need to invite them in again.
pardon me,
They need to invite them. in.
oh, and with Sherry and Ben of NASB for the purpose of discussion of the following items. Contract negotiation. I further move that this closed session is clearly necessary for the protection of the public interest and for the prevention of the needless injury to the reputation of individual, and that strategy sessions with respect to real estate litigation and collective bargaining are specifically authorized by the Nebraska Public Meetings Law.
Second.
Roll call, please.
I.
Aye.
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 All right, folks, that closed What time did we come out?
7:23.
Fast walkers. All right, so the board came out of closed session at 7:23. And I believe at this time, I'm ready to entertain a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Yeah, yep,
Very confident there.
okay, roll call Sheila.
Aye.
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 Okay, meeting adjourned.